Awesome.
We are live and recording.
Okay, great. We will call the session open, the set regular scheduled board meeting for Thursday, October 8th, 2020. Start off with roll call. Vice President Pizzotti.
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Here.
Trustee Wong.
Present.
Trustee Akala.
Here.
And I too am present. Announcement of items to be discussed in closed section. Government Code E1, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSCA, Management. E2, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, or Release. E3, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, pending or potential litigation. And E4, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent. Do we have any public comments regarding tonight's closed session items? I have not received any public comments. Superintendent Luna?
President Jackson, I haven't received any public comments this evening.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we will then move into closed session. See y'all. I see everybody on the other side.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Washington Unified School District Virtual Board of Education meeting for October 8th, 2020. If you would like to make a public comment tonight, all you have to do is raise your hand using the webinar controls feature at the bottom of your screen. If you are, however, on a mobile device, you can press *9 to raise your hand as well. The other option available to you under the webinar controls feature is the Q&A box. You can select Q&A, type in your full name and the item that you'd like to speak on, and I will be responding to you directly through that Q&A feature, letting you know that the request is received. Thank you. We have a telephone participant with the last four numbers 8653. Your microphone is on.
Hello, yes, good evening. My name is James Colligan. I'd like to make a public comment in agenda item L, please.
Just L1, James?
Yes, please.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug, if you can hear me, I turned on your microphone access so that you're ready whenever it's time to give your report.
Thank you, Yorgos.
We have a telephone ending in 8684. Your microphone is unmuted.
Yorgos, this is Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, I'm on.
Thank you. I'll leave your microphone on.
Okay, I'll mute myself right now.
Hello, is there an Arouge Ahmad on the line? I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, I'm just sorry. This is my first time on the meeting. I wanted to make public comment, but I'm just not sure how to do it.
Sure. You can just tell me which item you'd like to comment on, and I'll add your name to the list.
Actually, it's not on the agenda. Can I still speak on something on the agenda?
Yeah, so there's an area titled General Public Comment, so I can just put your name down
So is there an Arouge
under that
Ahmad on the
particular.
line? I see your hand is raised.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm just sorry. This is my first time on the meeting. I wanted to make a public
Sorry.
comment, but
My
I'm just
YouTube
not
is
sure how to do it.
Tiffany McFadden, it looks like your microphone is on. Can you please do a mic check for me?
Okay, is that working now, Yorgos?
Yes, that's working a lot better. Thank you. I've got you on the list for general public comment and the return to school update, item N1.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, is there a Kenna Cook available? Your hand is raised.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I would like to make a comment in the general public comment.
Perfect. I'll put your name down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome, everyone. Tonight's board meeting is still pending. The Board of Trustees is still in closed session. If you would like to request public comment, you have a couple options available to you. You can raise a hand using the webinar control feature down at the bottom of your screen. If you're on a telephone, all you need to do is press *9. The other option available to you in the webinar controls is the Q&A feature. If you enter your name and the item that you would like to speak on in the Q&A, hit submit. I can respond to you there confirming that I have your name. Thank you. Telephone participant with the numbers 0636, your microphone is on.
Yorgos, you got me. This is Colin Malik with 0636.
Perfect. Which item would you like to comment on, Colin?
Just public comments and also a update for you. You said hit *9 and then it gave me the prompts. Just so you know, in the future, it says *6 on the website. You might want to add like another instruction there. It was kind of confusing, but I figured it out.
Got it. Thank you for that. I'll make the correction.
Yeah, it was. I'm glad to get in. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just regular public comments, please.
You got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a UI claim, right, baby?
What are you talking
For
about?
disability.
I don't remember any of that shit.
Oh, here, let me look at it real quick.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah, unemployment. Yeah, it's
yeah,
unemployment.
unemployment
Hey,
insurance.
Yorgos.
And what is?
Yes, I want to remind all our participants to please mute your microphones if you do have access to the microphone. Amanda Angel, I see that your hand is raised. I'm trying to turn on your microphone, but I'm getting a prompt that says you have an older version of Zoom available to you. If it's possible to update your software briefly before the board comes out of closed session, in the meantime, I can put your name down on the general comment list until that's done. The other option available to you is to dial in via telephone, and I can send you the telephone number option in the chat box momentarily.
Hello?
Hi, Amanda Angel. Your microphone is turned on. Are you there?
Yep, I am here.
Fantastic. What can I do for you?
I wanted to comment during the general public comment if all things technology works.
Okay, I'll put your name down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Yorgos, it's 15 minutes past on the agenda. Is there an update as to when the board might reconvene?
Unfortunately, I don't have an update on exact timing. I know they're still in closed session. I can try to get a sense of when they can, when they're planning on coming out.
Right. Roger that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
In the meantime, I want to remind all our guests, while the board is in closed session, you do have the option to request a public comment. You have a couple options available to you. You can raise a hand by selecting the raise hand feature in your webinar controls. If you're on your telephone, you'll want to press *9 to raise a virtual hand. And as soon as I turn on your microphone, you'll want to press *6 to unmute yourself. The other option available to you is to select the Q&A feature in the webinar controls. From there, you'll want to enter your full name as well as the item or items that you wish to speak on tonight. And I will confirm that I have received that and add your name to the list. Thank you.
You're muted.
I know. I was having audio issues. My apologies. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and reconvene open session. Start off with roll call. Vice President Pizzani.
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
Trustee Wong.
Present.
Trustee Akala.
Here.
And I too am present. For H, announcement of action taken in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, management, information received. E2, Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline dismissal release, information received. E3, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, pending or potential litigation, information received. And E4, Government Code Section 54957, public employee superintendent, board discussion. All right. With that, we'll move on to the approval of tonight's agenda. Do we have any changes or amendments to tonight's agenda? Okay. With that, do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez and seconded by Trustee Akala. Okay, roll call vote. Obviously, Trustee Akala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzani.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Tonight's agenda is approved as written. J, Communications and Celebrations. J1, recognition of the 2020 Yolo County Excellence in Education Awards. Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson. Good evening, Board of Trustees, our staff, and our guests. This evening, we're going to take an opportunity to celebrate our Yolo County Excellence in Education awardees. Now, this is from last school year. We generally celebrate our employees each year in the month of May over at the Yolo County Office of Education. And while we all miss that because we were in school closure across the county, we want to make sure that we take time to celebrate our specific employees who were chosen. So each year, the Yolo County School Boards Association hosts this. So each school district is represented in all of the different categories of awards. Staff makes recommendations and nominates colleagues. We could have nominations across the district for all employees. Now this year, the event will actually be celebrated in a virtual manner on October 26th at 5 o'clock, but we wanted to make sure at our board meeting that our very own employees were celebrated. So we'll begin with our first award. The first award in Yolo County School Boards Association has to do with a program individual award. This past year, trustees Jackie Wong and Sarah Kirby Gonzalez were nominated by me as their superintendent. In efforts to build capacity and effectiveness of the governing board, Trustee Wong and Kirby Gonzalez have shared and implemented best practices acquired in their equity work. The whole Washington Unified Board is now demonstrating the work across the district, and it took a day to even implement equity walks at 2 campuses centered on closing equity gaps. Washington Unified was even identified from California School Boards Association in doing this equity work, and even brought other school board members and other school districts to visit our campus in implementing equity walks. I'd like to congratulate both trustees Wong and trustees Kirby Gonzalez for all of their dedication and their courageous start to implement the equity work in our district. Congratulations. The next award goes to program. The program award is going to our English teacher at River City High School, Melissa Baldwin. And the program award is because she is the lead for WASC over at River City. As a matter of fact, I have on my superintendent comments WASC review will be next week over at River City High School. Ms. Baldwin was nominated by Joey Garza, her colleague. And here's a quote from Joey. I got to see Melissa Baldwin lead an entire school through a WASC process that was well organized and insightful for all stakeholders. Furthermore, and most importantly, her students love her. I thank Joey Garza for taking the time to nominate Melissa Baldwin. I have visited her classroom and have been a guest speaker, and yes, her students love her. Congratulations, Melissa. Our next award goes to Classified School Employee of the Year Award. And I'm so happy to celebrate such a wonderful man that I met on my first month here in Washington Unified in 2015, Cristobal Floriano. Now, Chris is retiring in our district, I believe at the same time I am at the end of December, and he will be sorely missed. Chris has been nominated by our MOTF director, Terry Souza. And here are some words about Chris. Chris always puts in the extra effort and never settles for good enough. Not only is he a model custodian, he is a model citizen and a true joy to be with and to talk to. Congratulations, Chris, and thank you for all of your hard work. Our next award goes to Classified and School Employee of the Year in the area of paraeducator and instructional assistant. This year, our own Judy Sutton has been nominated and awarded by Erin Sadler. And here are some words from Erin. Judy is a one-of-a-kind employee. She possesses all of the qualities that you would hope to find in an employee. She's organized, efficient, hardworking, and truly dedicated. Thank you so much, Judy, and congratulations. Our next award is also a Classified Employee of the Year award, and in the area of student services. And this is Fran Quinn. Now, Fran actually retired from our district this past June, and she is missed. So we celebrate Fran from Joan Smith, who also retired in June. Joan was the school secretary over at River City and nominated Fran. And here are some words. Fran is the rock for many students who have no one. She lends an ear, gives them food, gives them clothing, or even school supplies. She is truly loved. Fran is loved and she is missed. And we hope that she is doing well and enjoying her retirement. Congratulations to Fran. Our next award is a Classified School Employee of the Year award in the area of transportation. This is Terry Larkin. She was nominated by her colleague, Angelina Valencia. And here are some words about Terry. Terry goes above and beyond every day to make sure that every student who needs transportation gets to and from school safely. Terry is the bus driver coordinator for our entire district. Congratulations to Terry. I see her around town throughout my years here, driving students back and forth throughout the city. And congratulations on all of your accomplishments. Thank you, Terry. Our next award is a salute to educators. This is an Elementary Teacher Excellence Certificate. This award is going to Teresa Noreen. She was actually nominated by her colleague, Matt Ainsworth. She is a 5th grade teacher at Southport. Teresa's ability to connect with her students and her talent at teaching simple concepts, as well as more advanced topics, are both exceptional. Congratulations to Teresa, and thank you for all your hard work over at Southport. Lastly, we have a secondary grades Teacher Excellence Certificate. This teacher was already awarded in the program award for leading WASC. She also was nominated as Teacher of the Year. And here are some words about Melissa as a teacher. Has a clear track record for providing high quality instruction and building positive relationships. Congratulations, Melissa, and thank you for all of your extra hard work. These are Washington Unified's Excellence in Education awardees for the year 2020.
Well, thank you for that, and congratulations to everyone, especially trustees and their recognition and their award as well. So let's go on to K1, Student Board Member Report, Miss Madison Lampley.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Okay. First of all, good evening to President Jackson, trustees, Superintendent Luna, cabinet, and parents, friends, and families. Hope you all are doing well. So for the student board report, first up is Washington Middle College High School. So far we've had the WSD Spirit Week. I actually won a mouse in one of the little raffles that we have going on, so that's pretty cool. We're having CSU week. As a senior myself, during this time, it's been kind of interesting because I started applying to college soon. So I think CSU week is a good way to get information out there. 10th grade Avid started Road Trip Nation. SCC courses are remaining online for the spring, and 2021 to 2022 enrollment starts next week. It's pretty exciting. Next slide. The Yellow Education Center last Friday, Director Burns and the outstanding outreach specialist, Christine Myers, went on home visits. These were not the typical visit. The goal of these visits were to recognize students for academics, attendance, and for optimizing what it means to be a student of high character at the Yellow Education Center. All in all, it was an outstanding day. There were smiles, laughter, and excitement, not only from the students, but as well their families. Being able to do a home visit with the intent of recognition and positivity was an impactful experience for everyone involved, and what a great way to end the week. Next up is Stonegate. Stonegate would love to share their participation in the WSD Virtual Spirit Week for Jersey Day. As they worked on helping students getting motivated to attend their classes, Stonegate, in conjunction with Westfield, will be hosting a virtual parent suicide prevention workshop on Monday, September 12th, 2020 from 6 to 7 p.m. The flyers attached, you can see it on the side right there. Westfield Village. Their middle school attendance rate has increased by 20% percentage points from the first 3 weeks to the last 3 weeks. Chris Floriano, their amazing day custodian, retired in September. They will miss him dearly, but are happy he now has more time to spend with his family. They also had their first virtual awards ceremony on September 30th, and students received awards for perfect attendance, Wildcat of the Month, and academic achievement. Elkhorn. On Friday, October 9th, their school is having their annual PBIS and BEST Best Kickoff. Students will engage in many team building activities with an emphasis on anti-bullying. They're excited and have planned a fun-filled day for everyone. Over 60 students have been recognized for demonstrating their character trait of the month. For August and September, their focus was responsibility. They had some great feedback and examples, even in a virtual setting. They are always excited to recognize all the hard work their students are doing. Southport. They would like to recognize 2 employees, Judy Sutton, Paraeducator Library as Classified School Employee of the Year Award, and Teresa, and 5th grade teacher for the Salute to Educators Teacher Excellence Certificate. These 2 employees will be recognized at the Excellence in Education Awards ceremony hosted by Yolo County Office of Education. They want to give a big thank you to all of their students, parents, teachers, staff, Southport PTO, WSD, and the school community for all their hard work and the dedication during virtual learning. They couldn't do this without all your support. and Westmore Oaks. They're happy to have celebrated 2 weeks of Spirit Weeks. Westmore Oaks attendance team has conducted 59 home visits of the support for students and families with attendance challenges, and Westmore Oaks wellness team is meeting weekly to discuss students who are referred and need major support. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madison. Nice to have a student report again. K2 WSTA.
Hi there. Good evening, Superintendent Luna, President Jackson, trustees. I'd like to start out by stating the obvious. Anxiety levels for educators and staff members have been substantially elevated by the status change from purple phase to red phase in Yolo County and the prospect of the possibility of a return to in-person instruction. Although WSTA continues to maintain a belief that it is critical to plan for a potential hybrid instructional model, we're also concerned that we are forcing an unnecessary and potentially unsafe timeline. This particularly seems to be the case in regards to small group return that has been slated for the 26th of October. After attending the small group return to working group today, it has become clear to me that there are many unsafe issues or safety issues that haven't been resolved yet. There are issues with transportation. For example, we still have yet to figure out how to run the buses safely and how to facilitate temperature checks before students get on the bus. What do we do if a student does not pass the temperature check and their guardian is not there to walk with them? My understanding is that a bus driver is not permitted to leave an unaccompanied student by themselves. So if they do not pass the temperature check, my question would be, do they get on the bus even though they're possibly could be carrying the virus? We're also concerned about the potential of mixing of cohorts while busing. I understand that there's some exception, that there are some legal exceptions for small school districts like ours. But it seems like this defeats the purpose of creating isolated cohorts on campus if they're mixing on the bus. So that's one of our concerns. There are even more issues within the classroom. What is the protocol for a physically out of control student or a runner? Are staff members supposed to accept risk and use handle with care strategies to help a student that is having trouble maintaining calm or is trying to leave the classroom? Or do they let them carry on? If the latter is the case, what sort of liability does that create in regards to the child's safety? I've heard from SDC teachers that they anticipate having to spend the majority of their prep time sanitizing the room, as cleaning requirements for SDC classes typically are much more extensive than mainstream settings. Now, honestly, this is just the tip of the iceberg for issues that I'm hearing. And what makes that singularly important is that we feel like, why would we rush to return when the potential safety issues have yet to be addressed? When we have the ability, and perhaps more importantly, we have the responsibility to take as much time as necessary to do it right. So why has the date of return already been established and shared publicly before even certificated and classified employees have had the opportunity to bargain the significant and numerous impacts? In times such as these, perhaps prudence and thoughtfulness should carry the day over expediency. We will have the ultimate responsibility for the critical decisions we make now. Our efforts will have very profound consequences given our current state of affairs. Please let us be deliberate and meticulous. We must return when we are truly ready and not just when some arbitrary and fluid county statistic has changed. As the year progresses, we have growing concerns about items that might add to the stress and anxiety level about district employees. The adoption of Canvas is one such item. Lately, WSTA has been working hard. We're trying to gather information from employees about morale and workload. Organizationally, we want to ensure that our goals meet with our members and colleagues. And it's also better for us to understand the impacts of COVID-19 on working conditions so that we can collaborate with the district and have meaningful dialogue with district officials. It's probably not surprising to anybody that our members feel overworked and overwhelmed. All the data we've been collecting bears this out quite convincingly. Many of our membership are struggling to maintain even marginally acceptable levels of work-life balance. WSTA has increasing concern that introducing a new platform such as Canvas would be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back for many dedicated educators. We would like to ask specifically that the district consider making the rollout of any new platforms optional at this point in the year. And furthermore, we want to ask that any professional development for such platforms should progress slowly and incrementally. Lastly, on a positive note, I just want to stop and thank Linda Luna and several of our school site PTO organizations for joining with WSTA to support neighborhood Halloween parades. With the support of our superintendent, nearly all schools in the district have expressed interest in participating. This is an opportunity to create a special day in West Sacramento and much needed event for students to look forward to. Currently, several schools are selecting dates and planning routes to make these regional parades possible. I cannot overstate how excited I am that WUSD, site PTOs, and WSTA are making an effort to come together. It is a promising signal that we can collaborate for the benefit of our community. I also want to take this opportunity to encourage school board and district administrators to participate in the parades. How can you participate? Let's select a school site or multiple if you want to take part in parades that might be scheduled on different days. Decorate your car with, and this goes for teachers too, decorate your car with festive themes or messages of love and support for West Sacramento children. Show up at the designated starting time and point for the parade and drive. All you have to do is honk your horn, share the love, share candy for 3 hours. I think everybody's really excited to do something that feels at least a little bit like normal in these very abnormal times. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, CSEA.
Good evening, Superintendent Luna, President Jackson, and trustees. As you have seen and will discuss tonight, classified staff is potentially making the move to healthcare, Calpers healthcare plans and leaving our current broker, Keenan. I would first like to say that we would like to thank Deborah from Keenan for all her help during these last 2 years that she's been with us, and even during this last year when it was evident that classified and CSEA was looking towards moving to Calpers. She was still very helpful and through the whole process. So I would like to thank her. Classified feels that this is the best move for us, and we are really excited to make this change and start a new chapter in our healthcare coverage, which will now enable our 5-hour classified employees to have an option to be fully covered through one of the plans under Calpers Healthcare. And even our 4-hour employees would only have to come out of their pocket roughly around $130 to also have great coverage. So we are exceptionally excited about this. Also, you'll see in this presentation that you'll notice the savings of roughly around $187,000 for 2021. As I know this is a negotiated item of some sort, I would just like to say that these savings should be reinvested back into classified staff and not just thrown back into the general fund. Also, I would like to talk about our collective bargaining agreement. CSCA and WUSD leadership negotiate on these agreements and should be upheld by not only classified staff, but by site and department administration. We do not negotiate individual agreements with each school site or department. So I would like to start seeing that all of our district follow our negotiated agreements, again, between Washington Unified School District and Classified Employees Association. And the last thing I'm going to talk about, and I just want to express this first, Human Resources and CSCA have a great relationship. We communicate very well. So my next update isn't in any way saying we don't have a great relationship and communication. But CSCA does have a mandatory subject to bargaining on wages, hours, and changing in working conditions, which is rooted through ERA, or Educational Employment Relations Act. I would like to see when a school site, department, or district in whole are planning on making a change that's a mandatory subject of bargaining, I would like to see us communicate as CSCA leadership and HR leadership come together and potentially try to work an agreement out before the infraction happens, or the MOU takes place. So what happens is when a school site or department enacts something that is a mandatory subject to bargaining, in turn, it just increases the workload between me, myself, and my negotiating team, and HR and their team. Because then we have to go back, we have to research stuff, we have to find out what happened, when it happened, and it just creates a whole lot of extra work upon us when this should be funneled through HR. We can handle it and streamline it, which we work very well doing that. With that, I would also like to congratulate everybody who was nominated, and especially my classified members, Chris Loriano, Judy Sutton, Fran Quinn, and Terry Larkin. I met Chris back in 2010 when I entered the district, and he always went above and beyond at his campus to take care of anything the site needed. So it's nice to see him get recognized. I've known Judy a while as well at Southport, and she always goes above and beyond at her library to make sure every student has what they need. And Terry Larkin, I have many conversations with Terry Larkin in transportation, and she too as well goes above and beyond to make sure every kid is picked up, nobody is left behind, and out of her way to make sure that things happen in transportation. So I would like to congratulate all four of them, and Fran Quinn as well. And with that, you guys have a good evening.
All right, thank you, sir. Now it's time that everyone is waiting for. Public comments. Members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board, by law, may not take action at this meeting. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes, unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. The board respects the right of members of the public to speak to us regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the district administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. And with that, I believe we have some public comments this evening.
Yes, President Jackson, we have 6 requests for general public comment tonight. Our first request is from James Colligan. James, your microphone is available. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Luna, cabinet members. My name is James Colligan. I've been a math teacher at River City for 10 years, mostly teaching AP statistics and senior seminar. Last Thursday, the seniors at River City High School were told that they would still be required to complete community service in order to graduate. I would like to recommend that our district waive community service as a graduation requirement for this year's graduating seniors, the class of 2021. Our seniors, as you know, are currently struggling through a very challenging last year of high school. They're inundated with daily stresses and anxieties in the midst of our worldwide health and economic crisis. Many of our seniors are taking care of their younger siblings or working to supplement their household income because their parents have lost their jobs. A lot of my students are scared and isolated. This is an opportunity for us to help our seniors and relieve them of one of their many burdens. I humbly suggest that a mandate of community service doesn't make sense right now. Either our students will complete their community service online, or they'll risk their health and their family's health to leave their homes and complete their community service face-to-face. And neither of those options seems to me to fulfill the original purpose of the community service requirement. I think we should use this pandemic as an opportunity to pause and reflect on community service. Why do we want our students to do service learning? What's our goal as a district, as providers of education? I've been a part of the groups that pass or fail student service learning forms. As far as I can tell, it's become a box to check off for many of our students. I don't think this is how we want to teach our students about the value of community service by making it a graduation requirement. We want our students to give back to their community for its intrinsic value, not an extrinsic motivator. We're transitioning into a new realm of education, not just during this pandemic, but after it's over as well. Moving forward, let's revisit and perhaps modify this requirement for our future students. In the meantime, please do our seniors a favor and waive the service learning requirement this year. Our seniors need our help, and this is a simple way that we can help them. Let's pause service learning this year for our current seniors and use the pause as an opportunity to change service learning for our future students. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Our next general public comment is from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is available. You may begin.
Thank you, Yorgos. And thank you to the board, superintendent, and cabinet for allowing me to speak. I would first like to congratulate all of the recipients of the Excellence in Education Rewards. Since my daughter went to Southport Elementary, I was really proud to see Southport represented well there, and proud to say that Teresa Noreen was her 5th grade teacher. I also want to give a big shout out to all of the teachers, staff, and admin of River City High School. They've been doing an amazing job in supporting our students. I am very proud to see our students participating in the mock election and also to see such great student involvement in our virtual clubs. As some of you know, I previously started a Unity Club at Southport Elementary. I have now transitioned the club to River City High School. Unity Club celebrates all forms of diversity and gives all students a place to feel welcome and accepted. This club is dedicated to universal respect, including but not limited to minorities such as those of race, religion, mental or physical handicap, nationality, appearance, sexual orientation, gender identity, and financial status. We welcome all who are willing to make a statement for what they believe, and I'm very excited to partner with our new choir teacher, John Arms, on this club. He has been a great addition to River City High School. I have heard lots of positive feedback from his choir students, and he is doing a great job joining me with Unity Club. If any of the board members or the community are interested in learning more about Unity Club, I urge you to reach out to me. If you're interested, you can sit in on one of our meetings. We meet every Friday at 11. We have a Remind set up. We have Instagram. So we are trying to connect with the kids on their level. At our first meeting, we had several new members, and our second meeting will be tomorrow, and it appears that we're going to have even more new members. So if you are interested in learning more about it, you are welcome to reach out to me via call or text at 573-330-0335. And I'm happy to answer any questions or set you up to check out our meetings or just learn more about what we're about. This has been a great thing for the students with the isolation that they're currently feeling with distance learning. And I'm just really happy to be able to bring it to River City High School. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next general public comment request is from Aruj Ahmad. Aruj, if you're available, your microphone is on. Aruj Ahmad. All right, we'll continue on to the next request. The next request for general public comment is from Kenna Cook. Kenna, your microphone is on. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, trustees, President Jackson, and all in attendance. My name is Kenna Cook, and I'm a parent of Washington Unified students as well as a master's student in psychology. Can you all?
Kenna, if you can hear us, you're very staticky at the moment.
All right, let me see if I can plug in a microphone. Hold on one second.
Whatever you were doing, that was great.
Whatever I was doing.
Yeah, whatever you're doing right now, you sound perfect.
Standing up apparently at my computer. Great, we'll do that. I'll act like I'm actually at the board meeting. So I'm a parent of students, but I also am a master's in psychology student at Adler University, and I'm completing a social justice practicum that's focusing on the mental health needs and services available to River City High School students during the pandemic and the distance learning environment. So what I am here to request is an update on mental health services for high school students at River City during COVID. I'm requesting transparency of services offered, services that are being used by students, and also if the board has a plan to address the social and emotional impacts of COVID and stress on students, specifically minority populations that have greater health disparities and barriers to care. Recently, in August, the CDC released a report on mental health, substance use, and suicide ideation during the COVID pandemic. Young adults, racial and ethnic minorities, and essential workers were disproportionately affected by all mental health conditions, and we are most likely going to be seeing some very specific COVID-related traumas as we go further into the next coming years. My plan also for my social justice practicum is that I'll be attending these meetings, as well as I will be reaching out to different board members and different employees of Washington Unified to do interviews as well to gather information about the services provided and the needs to the students. So I look forward to working with you further and hopefully making recommendations to help close some of these barriers to care for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next request for general public comment is from Colin Malik. Colin, your microphone is on. You may begin. Colin, if you're available, your microphone is on.
Yorgos, you good to go?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Tonight, I would like to, good evening, board and Superintendent Luna, members of the board and cabinet. Tonight, I'd like to talk to you about what I won't talk about. I'm not going to come up here and tell you and talk about SDC small cohorts or why there's such a rush, why some of our most impacted students in the SDC program are some of also our most fragile students. I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about how we should ensure all safety concerns are addressed, nor am I going to talk to you about how we are holding meetings with stakeholders this week and then expecting them to be back into the classroom in less than 2 weeks. That does not seem like something that I feel like talking about to you tonight. Notice my ironic tone yet. Further, I don't plan on talking to you about evaluations. I'm not going to talk to you about how the district could potentially put together an MOU, possibly request that probationary stay probationary 1 more year, or that the district should probably not have discussions about how evaluations that weren't fulfilled last year by administrators who are no longer in this district should probably be waived per the MOUs and per maybe just good judgment and better value and use of our time. I'm not going to sit here and talk about that tonight. Nor am I going to talk about how CSEA feels that it's being disenfranchised in such a way that communication with this board and the district is still a problem. I'm not going to sit here and talk about that. In fact, I think you've heard more than enough times about how communication is a problem. And clearly, there are still slight discrepancies between administrators, CSEA, WSTA, personnel, because there are different messages and mixed messages coming from both administrators and site representatives. I'm not going to talk to you about that anymore because it's been talked about enough. Further, I'm not going to talk about how Mr. Culligan clearly and concisely for now 2 times, this is the 2nd time I can remember of record, that he has talked to you about service learning as an intrinsic versus extrinsic value factor. having seniors spend 6 to 8 hours in front of a computer and then expecting them to try to figure out ways and means and measures and methodologies and locations and logistics of transportation as a route to graduation is a waste of time, and I'm not going to do it. So hopefully I'm not going to have to explain all these things to you. You're going to understand that they've already been talked about and hopefully listen. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time to you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Our final request for general public comment is from Amanda Angel. Amanda, your microphone is on. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, you're available.
I'm going to just start by saying I've practiced this a bunch of times and I can't get it less than 6 minutes. So I will play as much as I am allowed and can send the transcript of the rest to the board. My name is Amanda Angel and I'm a 6th grade teacher at Stonegate Elementary School. I've had the privilege of teaching in this district and for this community for the past 11 years. Since accusations have been made in the recent past that teachers will always find something to complain about, I'd like to preface my comments with the clarification that none of this is a complaint. None of what I'm about to share with you is meant to gain favor, pity, or attention. The intent behind my comments are simply to lift the veil ever so slightly and give a glimpse of my reality as a teacher during distance learning. I would like the board and its members to understand what is happening so that moving forward, decisions can be made based on the reality of what this is. I can't speak for all, but I do know that the comments I'm about to make represents the feelings of many. President Jackson, you have commented on how good our district is doing during distance learning, but I would like to know your definition of good. My definition of good is getting to know students on a personal level so that I can individualize my teaching to meet their needs and build relationships that are the reason they come to class. My definition of good is engaging students that have never been engaged before so that they can find joy in education and learning. My definition of good is hearing less of my voice and more of the students' voices as they meaningfully discuss material. My definition of good is feeling as though I am leading students towards success. If I'm being entirely honest, this is the least good year of teaching that I have ever had. I'm not sure what you imagine is happening in our classes, but let me share with you what I experience on a daily basis and why this year is taking its toll on me as an educator. Instead of greeting students at the door and being able to gauge if they need a high five, a pep talk, or a hand on the shoulder, I'm being greeted with blank cameras and muted mics. Instead of students' voices filling my classroom, there's deafening silence, and to be honest, I'm really tired of my own voice. Instead of being able to pace myself and my lessons based on informal observations of student conversations and work, I feel like I'm plowing forward with little to no indications that students are with me. I consider myself a pretty savvy teacher, and I have tried everything I know how to do and more, and still feel every day as though I'm failing. Trustee Wong, I know you're a numbers person, so if I may, I'd like to indulge you with some data. On average, I have 5 students per class period who turn on their camera. In a class of 95 students, that is only 20%. I get to connect visually with 20% of my students. So my attendance numbers
I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay, I will send the transcript of the rest to the board. Thank you.
Please do, Amanda. Thank you for that.
That was our final request for general public comment.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, it's time for an M public hearing.
President Jackson, I just wanted to add, sorry. I know that we had a parent that was not able to, whose name was called at the beginning of this meeting. Maybe they're not here, but maybe we could do one more call. I think it was Arouge, and maybe just remind people how to unmute.
Oh, I thought Arouge had come on. Did I miscount?
They were on the meeting earlier, and I don't see their name anymore. Arouge Ahmad, if you have joined us via telephone at this particular juncture, you can raise your hand virtually by pressing *9. At that point, I can connect with you via the chat box and unmute your microphone. Aruj Ahmad, if you're available by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand. I don't see anything on my end, President Jackson.
I don't see anything on mine either. My apologies. I actually thought that Aruj had popped on. So, all right. Okay, well, we'll go to M, public hearing. M1, public hearing, sufficiency of instructional materials, Williams Act. Assistant Superintendent Morsich.
Thank you, President Jackson, Board of Trustees. So as you know, the Williams Act school site visitations are an annual requirement to ensure standards-aligned instructional materials are accessible for all students. The 4 schools identified for such audits from Yolo County Office of Education are Elkhorn, Westfield Village, Riverbank, and Stonegate Elementary Schools, K-8 schools. At all 4 schools, they were visited and there were no insufficiencies found. There were no complaints and public notice was published as required. We are asking the board to hold a public hearing as is required.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. All right. Any comments, questions, concerns from the board? All right. All right. Well, nothing further, then we can move on to information and discussion items. Thank you, sir. N1, return to school update, Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson and Board of Trustees. Can you hear me okay? Because I've had to change my computer.
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. So this evening, we're going to continue discussions and providing information as we receive it and know it on a return to school plan. Washington Unified, our plan has been a phase-in model. And the phase-in model has to do with ensuring that we go step by step in a strategic and cautious process. We have 6 steps in our phase-in model. The first meaning what we're living right now, which is 100% virtual learning. All schools started the school year in this capacity. The second phase in of our model has to do with allowing daycare and our learning centers to be on campuses. This particular part of our phase was to help our families who are single parents, who are essential workers and have to be called to work on location. And with schools closed or in virtual setting, they had nowhere for their children to go, including our employees. The third phase in has been in-person assessments for IEPs. Now, this is a slow process as well, but it has begun. All PPE equipment has been in place for our psychologists or other support staff services to engage in one-on-one assessments with students of disabilities and ensuring that we meet our timelines for annual and triennial assessments. The fourth part of the phase-in of our six phase-in plan has to do with small cohort of students for in-person instruction. This is a big step. As we know, 7 months ago, we were in school closure. 2 months ago, we just started school in 100% virtual learning. We have had students on campus. It's been successful in terms of students being safe, staff being safe, who are overseeing and supervising our children. But bringing small cohorts of students on campus for instruction is different than just the daycare and the supervision. So we want to make sure that we really know all the components that have to do with small groups of in-person instruction and how that will affect not just our families and our students, but also the staffing. As you know, at our last board meeting, we gave an update in regards to how Yolo County was moving out of the purple tier, which was the most restrictive, to the red tier. And we currently are in the red tier, which is called the substantial tier. I'm grateful that this evening we are joined by a Yolo County Public Health Director who is assigned as our liaison to Washington Unified. I want to welcome Brian Vaughn to our board meeting this evening, who is the expert on giving the update on where we are in Yolo County in terms of where we are in COVID-19 and what does this mean now for school districts in Yolo County. Brian, welcome to our meeting.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the invite to speak to the board. So I think maybe I'll just give some general updates, kind of where we are as a county, kind of what we're seeing and projecting forward, and then I'm happy to take any questions if you have any. So I'll start, as mentioned, the state moved to a tier system last month. We started on the widespread tier, that purple tier. We moved to we met the qualifications, which were based on case rate and case positivity. So that's the number of cases per 100,000. And then also the percentage of your tests that are coming back as positive. There are certain thresholds for each one of these tiers that follow that. We started again on the widespread tier. This past week, we qualified and went into the red tier, which is substantial as mentioned. And if we maintain actually where we are now, we actually are meeting the metrics for the moderate or orange tier. So we're required to stay 3 weeks in the red substantial tier. But if we continue to, again, meet the orange criteria, we will go into, be allowed to move into the orange on October 20th. And that'll allow just for, again, for stuff that's been reopened, higher percentages of people coming into certain businesses or certain type of activities. In terms of schools, as you'll recall probably that under the widespread tier, schools were not allowed to open for in-person instruction unless they received a waiver through our public health department, and particularly the health officer, the county health officer, with approval from the state. There were 7 schools that applied and received waivers. All of them were, I believe, private schools. But with the caveat that if we got into the red tier, after 2 weeks, if we maintained the red tier status, all schools would have the opportunity without a waiver and without approval from the county to begin opening their schools. And once the school is open, even if we move back in the purple tier, certainly with adjustments and making sure that guidelines are being followed, those schools can actually stay open. So that would, where we are right now, that date would be next Tuesday, October 13th, when schools on their own, again, they don't have to, but could, without approval from the health department, move forward. So all good news. Cases, the big story for us is cases are down. I will say they have flattened in the state, and certain counties are seeing small rises in cases right now. So it's sort of plateaued. The region's pretty similar. We went down pretty significantly in the past couple weeks or past month, but we sort of plateaued on the number of cases. Again, great news, although, we are cautious, are cautiously optimistic because we have a couple of things that are happening right now that could certainly change the tide. So one is the reintroduction of UC Davis students with the campus getting back started. They moved back, I think, 3 weeks ago. There are roughly, I believe, 10 to 12,000 students associated with the university back in the Davis community. Certainly keeping our eyes there. They are doing testing. We haven't had just a small handful of cases. That's good news. We have those schools, those 7 schools that have come online, and certainly monitoring them for potential outbreaks. Again, haven't seen anything. But then we have, what I consider pretty major events coming up in terms of potential for social gatherings and family gatherings, right? So Halloween, followed by Thanksgiving and Christmas, right? Which, if past is sort of any indication, we know those holidays drive a lot of these cases. It did, at least for Memorial Day and the 4th of July is when we started, really surging as a result of those holidays. And so we're going to keep our eye out. We are kind of feels like where we were last May. We're kind of humming along at a low rate of cases, but I think we would be foolish if we didn't prepare or think that we could get right back to where we were, where we see a big surge when people put their guard down, and infections could start happening much more significantly out in the community. So it's good news right now, but the future is certainly uncertain. And if anyone can predict what's going to happen with COVID in the next couple of months, they'll win a prize, because it's been totally unpredictable. But we're preparing for those cases. Testing's not a problem right now in the city. We reopened a general site out in West Sac, I believe this week, which is open 5 days a week. Anyone can go down and get tested. So testing capacity is really good. Anyone can get a test who wants a test. And let's see if I have any other notes. And then just as a caveat to that, we are really ramping up and encouraging everyone to get their flu shot this year. So in a normal year during flu season, our hospitals fill up, the local hospitals. So certainly this year, we're hopeful that it'll be a quieter flu season with people masking and wearing or having more social distance. But we certainly need to be prepared for that, because there is the possibility of having what we call the twin pandemics, right, between influenza and COVID, and certainly would impact our hospitals going forward. And so, we'll be prepared. Again, cases are down right now, but that they're holding steady. But certainly there's a couple of events to keep us on our toes, and we're monitoring closely to see what happens going forward. So I guess I'll stop there, and happy to take any specific questions if you have any.
Brian, I have a question.
Sure.
I know that this is a question that I've received a lot. How are you guys evaluating kind of the waiver situation, given this new kind of tiered structure, especially with the private and charter schools?
Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, the waiver period is over, because schools again can reopen as of this coming Tuesday without approval. What we had done is made a waiver application that covered all the pieces through the state guidelines for reopening. So making sure they were following the school guidelines, ensuring that they had all the precautions set up. They had all the guidelines were being followed. We did site visits with the schools. We addressed concerns and issues, required them to have all the requisite plans, what to do when there's a sick child on campus. So we had people fill out an evaluation. A requirement of that was to consult with the teachers, with parents, making sure everyone was in support of that, or at least as many people as possible. Reviewed that, certainly looked at their class sizes, the construction and space in their classrooms, and then cautiously opened them and allowed them to have as much support as we can supply on that in that field. So most of them have been open for a couple weeks. I could say we haven't had any significant issues to date, but certainly are monitoring that, and especially as it's going to get colder and people are going to be more inside, and then also with these events coming up, we're going to keep a close eye on that. But it was a fairly rigorous process, and hopefully it was effective, at least it has been to date, in terms of controlling any potential spread out in the schools.
Were these announced visits or unannounced visits?
So the evaluation themselves were announced visits, although we have gone out to schools when there have been complaints unannounced to do compliance checks. So there's certain cases where family members or parents of students have said, hey, we saw people not wearing masks or some other what they perceived as a violation. We would send out code enforcement unannounced to go check those cases. I would say, I think in all the cases, they were actually following the guidelines. I can't remember an instance where they weren't. And if they weren't, it may have been just an educational issue and a reminder. So we haven't had any major violations, but again, we've done both. We've gone out for an official site visit and then also do that enforcement piece.
And I think last week, President Jackson brought this up, and maybe I think would love clarification on that. Once a campus is open, fully hybrid or whatever, we're no longer in the tiered kind of situation where it's a different type of protocol to close schools. Or President Jackson, maybe you had and probably articulated it better, just kind of wanting to better understand, like just because there's tiers, once they're open, then we can't close all schools. Just wanted clarity around that. Does that make sense? President, you had articulated it probably better last week.
Yeah, in fact, Brian had addressed that, and that if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the protocol is that once, now that they were in the orange tier, schools reopen, that we're no longer bound by the tier process in terms of, you know, how the schools are operating or what have you. So if we were to go, like you said, if we were to go back into the red, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to close schools because we've already been open.
Yep, that's correct. So the only caveat would be if we go back to purple at some point and you have not yet opened your school, you would not be able to open the school without a waiver. So it's sort of, hey, if you open it while we're in the red tier or orange tier, then it sort of nullifies having to close in the purple tier.
So what if we went, I'm sorry, Jackie, were you finished?
No. I was trying to think about the overlap of the waiver now that the whoever you provided waivers for are now open, so they continue to stay open regardless of any tier that
so the
we're in?
waivers.
Is that what I'm understanding as well? I just need clarity because I do get that question often.
Yeah, in essence, next Tuesday the waivers will be null and void, and they won't mean anything because the schools can now be open on their own without the waiver.
And the tiers don't mean anything either to those schools that are already
not in
open
relation
hybrid.
to the schools, only so much as you know, I think just we would certainly, if we're in a high tier like a purple tier, would want to make sure we're supporting the schools and being rigorous with the guidelines. We'd want to be rigorous no matter what, but certainly if it's more widespread, we'd be working closer and certainly trying to support as much as we can.
So can I follow up on Jackie's comment?
I'm trying to figure out what that means.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. So what you're saying is we come out of purple, we go to red, and then we move to orange. We bring kids back in orange. And this is a hypothetical. We all of a sudden start seeing an uptick, and we're then start moving back into the purple tier. But because we've already opened, we don't necessarily have to shut down again, even though there is substantial or widespread. We're in the purple tier again, it's widespread. The school wouldn't have to shut down again?
In terms of the tiers, that is correct. That's the way the state guidelines are written. Now, I believe in the guidance for schools, if you come up with more than 5% of your student and faculty end up being positive, then you are required, there are certain thresholds for closing or considering closing. I'll have to look at the language, but in terms of the tiers themselves, no. Going back up to purple wouldn't affect anything if you had reopened already.
So, okay, can you help me understand the logic behind that? I mean, because that sounds counterintuitive. Even if it's not our students or our teachers or staff that are getting ill, you still have it in the community, because that sounds counterintuitive to being safe for students.
Yeah, so it could be folly, and for many a health director and health officer trying to interpret what the state guidelines always what the rationale is. But my understanding is more around probably the impact of continuing to change to open and close for children. Right. So the idea is if you're open and you have that, you've met that threshold. We do believe if you're following the guidelines and following them rigorously, that it is a safe environment, regardless of kind of widespread the level out in the community. And so I think the rationale from the state, again, this is state guidelines, is that, you know, I think the idea of opening and closing is just much more difficult. So if you're open, the idea is to try to maintain to be open at whatever level, whether that's hybrid or not. I think that's what the state is trying to get at, is try not to create too much disruption. But to be honest, I can't tell you the actual rationale. I don't think they've ever shared that, or it's been a subject of discussion.
Well, and I'm trying to use the schools that the schools with waivers that are open now, because what I'm hearing is that they're going to remain open and they're going to follow different guidelines because they've already opened. So as a matter of practice, what would you do? Say if we didn't open theoretically, but there are schools open now, and that we go back to purple. What happens to those schools that you provided waivers and are open now?
They still can remain open if they would like to, as long as they're following the guidelines.
Okay.
Certainly, if they're not following
yeah, I mean, that's a
guidelines-
clear answer. That's
Yeah.
a clear answer. That's a very clear answer. Okay.
And so I wanted to follow up on some of the schools that have opened already. You said all 7 of them have been private schools, private institutions. Have there been any public schools that have filed for the waiver?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So the public schools, okay, that seems to be drawing a stark contrast.
Yeah,
I want to get into it. I was going down the rabbit hole. So are these schools that are private schools, are they smaller, thus maybe easier to socially distance? They have less student body and staff, therefore it might be easier to social distance, or are some of them larger?
I would say from experience, and again, I'm not in the educational system, my assumption is they have more resources and smaller class sizes than the public schools, I would guess, which allows them to cohort much easier. That would be my assumption. Again, I don't know everyone's class sizes and data, but I think that's pretty consistent with what we've seen across the state in terms of the waivers, is the more resourced and smaller classroom schools are able to adapt probably better than some of the larger public schools.
Yeah, if maybe I can weigh in here, in terms of the private schools, we're not going to see that they have smaller class sizes than Washington Unified. Washington Unified has very small class sizes pretty much across the county. But what they're able to, I mean, they have figured out their system. One thing I want to address, though, is that to open one school is very different than opening 12, which is why which is why they were granted the waiver in being able to implement the guidelines. Now, one of our schools could actually request a waiver. One school in our district could actually do the same thing. So it's about scale. These parochial and private schools have one school to only worry about, one staff, no employee bargaining units. So there's no negotiating, and it is a decision made by the school entity itself. Usually they have a board of directors and very large parent input. But all that to say, in terms of Washington Unified, we have not discussed a waiver. The board has never discussed a waiver. However, it's been very clear by the guidelines, one of our schools could have asked to open under a waiver, and we would have had to gone through the application process. The other thing I wanted to also address is that the guidelines in terms of opening school, we have had those guidelines in place since staff came back. In other words, our Assistant Superintendent Norma Gonzalez has communicated to staff that has come back on campus in regards to when we would close our school or close off a part of the campus, depending on the percent of staff that has positively tested for COVID-19. And we have implemented very small levels of that when we've had possibly employees identified positively with the virus on certain campuses. So we are following those guidelines. They have been in place because we brought staff back onto campus. And so those are the same guidelines that pertain to students as well. It's very clearly spelled out. If a student is identified with COVID-19 and they were on campus, the state gives us a certain percent that we have to weigh in on how much to shut down, how long to shut down, and what parts of the school itself. And so I just wanted to let you know that and remind us of that.
Yeah. No, thank you. And to my knowledge, your good point, Superintendent Luna, is that one private school that I'm thinking of has 39 students in a lower grade, K3 grade, versus us 20-1. And so it's just why it's a question of like, what was public health thinking when they were going through the waivers? and if things change. I mean, and you probably didn't look at those cases, but just trying to better understand the thinking behind that. And, you know, how, you know, you said you would intervene if they went back up, if we went back up. I have no idea what that means.
Well, we would intervene if they weren't following the guidelines. I do think the guidelines from the state are very good if they can be followed. And certainly, you know, the idea that we want to act as, well, we've been saying you should act as if everyone has COVID, right?
Yep.
And so those guidelines would protect you regardless of that, right?
Yeah.
So it's not that you would be more likely to spread if you're following the guidelines. They're fairly low risk. But certainly the idea that of how well you're following the guidelines and at what level is really important. So if we saw major violations, we could go in and the health officer could certainly close the school if we think it puts people at risk.
All right. So that's what I would want to, that's what I want to hear, like to the degree that if the situation was so egregious, I was trying to figure out the role between public health and education, right? I've always said, often we're epidemiologists, we're not the expert, y'all are. So what is your role when you see theoretically, we're not gonna say us, like people are already open, not necessarily following protocols, right? So so I'm hearing that you have the authority to go in and close schools?
Absolutely.
Is that what I just heard you say?
If they pose a public health risk, then we can absolutely go in through the health officer's authority and close down the school if they're not following the guidelines. Now, generally we go out and do education first, right? And making sure people understand. But if there are egregious violations, we have the authority to go in and close a school if they're willfully not following the rules and putting people's lives at risk.
Okay, I think that's just what I wanted to hear, because I know there are possibly other public schools, charter schools who may be opening because they can, to your point, in a couple of weeks. And just also I'm wondering if the same protocol applies.
Yeah,
I would
regardless
imagine
of
consistency.
Yeah, regardless of whether they have to apply for a waiver or not, they do have to follow the state guidelines. And so that's what we instead of bypassing the waiver now, we want to ensure that they're still following the guidelines and we'll still be enforcing those at every school that opens.
Okay.
Yep.
And so is the idea that you will do spot checks and unannounced visits possibly for schools? Out of curiosity.
I mean, it could be, we're largely complaint driven. I think what we want to do is, as part of the guidelines, right, each school is supposed to designate a liaison, right, to be their COVID lead. I think certainly what we want to do is convene them periodically, whether it's every couple of weeks or once a month, to touch base, see how things are going. I mean, for the most part, everyone's complying. And so it's really a partnership more than it is a adversarial relationship. For all the schools, I think everyone has had the kids' best interest at heart. And so, you know, we never want to go out and, you know, we want to build trust and support and make sure everyone's successful. But certainly if we heard about violations, we would go out and you know, again, ask and go witness ourselves. But we start from a place of support and education as much as we can before we want to go to something more, I don't know what the word is, restrictive, right? And so again, our experience is everyone wants to do the right thing. Sometimes they don't know what that is. Sometimes they're unaware. And so we give them the benefit of it out there, so long as they're not risking, you know, raising too much risk. And then we would certainly monitor and make sure that they're following those guidelines.
Sort of like a progressive discipline type of model.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got it.
If that's what we want to call it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Sorry, that again, it just helps for me to better understand what your role
absolutely.
is as we have these conversations. I think brings me peace of mind to say, yes, absolutely, public health can come in. And if the guidelines are not being followed based on the science, based on the data, you will get shut down.
Absolutely. Yep. No. Very good questions. I appreciate them.
Clerk Carpenter-Gonzalez.
Thank you. I do think the education piece that I heard was very important in April and May. I think now as schools create their own plans, at least how I feel Washington Unified is non-negotiable. You know, we educate, we work on the plan, but then we need to follow the plan. We don't need any more education. People know what to do. They know to wear masks. They know to distance. And then we can give the commitment to our parents and staff that we will keep their children and our staff members as safe as possible. Non-negotiable that we will follow our plan that we have, I think needs to be stated. I'm looking at online, and I believed there was a requirement that schools had to post their plans, or at least their waivers, but I don't see them everywhere. So I'm wondering if you can help me out, if that's true. Do they need to be posted? And then as we move into this next step, do we also need to continue to, of course, as a public agency, we will post our plans, but does everyone need to? Is that part of the requirement moving forward, even if it's not a waiver?
I'll have to double check. I know they're required to have a plan. I don't know the requirement to post it and where. I can certainly double check and get back to you. I think you might be right. I haven't looked at the guidance for a little while. So we can certainly double check. It'll be in that guidance document. Where they post it or having it available, I'm not sure what the requirement is around that, but I know they are required regardless to have a plan to address cases on site and a bunch of other requirements of, I think one is around testing and a number of other things. And again, I can jog my memory of where those are. I think probably if I know we're working closely with YCOE too, the Office of Ed, and so it does make sense if schools are opening and developing those plans, maybe to warehouse it at one site too, so it's accessible. But I'll have to double check to whether they're required to post it online, if that's an actual requirement, or post it somewhere, or just have it available. I don't have that off the top of my head. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Off the cuff, I'm looking for our own knowledge as a board. I'm looking at a charter school under our purview, and their board agenda simply says reopening plans will follow the same plan that's been presented, and it's a few bullet points saying when their opening date will be, but there is certainly no substance in what is posted on their agenda in terms of what their plan might be. So just for our board to know that's an important thing for us to look at the charters under our jurisdiction as well, to make sure that we know what their plans are. And then I really appreciate you being here. I'm thinking about the playgrounds too that have opened. And now this I do think needs some education because people don't all know. And the new rules coming out are children can play at the parks with masks on, socially distance as much as possible, but they can play on our playground equipment now. We've been at the park a few times, and my girls are the only ones in their masks. So my question to you is how we can help work with you all, and maybe we can send out some communications as well to help with that, because community spread does impact our opening where we are, since we don't have a waiver right now. And so can you maybe just go over what the rules are very briefly about some of those shared spaces right now?
Yeah, so you are right. I was out of the park with my kids a couple days ago too, and no one was wearing masks either. I mean, the requirement is to wear a mask, to distance, I think to not be on the equipment when there's too many kids there. So to allow for distancing. The mask question is we're not actively going out there and finding people because, there's fairly good compliance for the most part, except in the playgrounds. We could probably do more education around that. I will say, at least in terms of the playgrounds and why the state opened them, there isn't a whole lot of evidence that what we'd call contact infection, so touching stuff that other people who may be infected touched, isn't a primary way that the virus spreads. It certainly can, but it's relatively lower risk than, we think it's much more infectious as being in the same room, closed areas, close contact with people from multiple households. That's and where there's talking or singing or people are expelling breath and shedding virus. Those seem to be the primary ways people are spreading the disease. There isn't a whole lot again around contact infections, and so that would be more related to the playground as long as the kids are separated. But you're right, they should be wearing masks. Everyone should be when they're out in the community. We can certainly help educate. I think, if it does get out of hand, and we monitor cases and we do contact trace. And so when we do see things bubble up, if it's related to a certain activity or sector, we want to go out and be pretty active with them to make sure that they're following the rules. But to be frank, there's a lot of people not following the rules. It's impossible it's really, really difficult for us to enforce social gatherings and social events and things like that. For various reasons. Those are the primary ways people are spreading now. It still continues to be the primary way that infections are happening in the community. And so, you know, for us, it's having to balance what's really important, and we really want to make sure people are following. We want them to follow all the rules, but you know, I think people are weary, and you know, we could certainly take it under consideration. But again, I've noticed the same thing out in the playgrounds too, that there isn't a whole lot of mask wearing. I think people, when they think they can social distance, they're not required to wear a mask, but that's not the case for the playground guidance. You're right.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure it was shared, and then we can do our part to help educate the community too.
Yeah.
So thank you. Those are my only pieces. I appreciate your work and knowing that you are there to work with us on our plans moving forward.
Absolutely.
Great. Trustee Alcala, any questions?
Yeah, just a few comments. Thank you so much for this very comprehensive overview. I think a lot of people had questions. I know our board did. And I know our board's biggest concern is always keeping our children safe. So regardless of what other schools do, we will always put that as our first priority. And I'm glad Trustee Kirby Gonzalez brought up about the playground, because even though we're supposed to be isolating, you know, it's hard with younger children. And I know a lot of houses of worship are now opening up. It's another place that families do take their children. So I have some concerns now with the colder weather. I know people have had their services outside. I know my own church has, but now, you know, with the colder months approaching, people will be coming in. And once again, it's so incredibly contagious. I just found out today, my cousin, she's 55 years old, and she tested positive for COVID. And you know, she was taking all the precautions, and it turned out it was a Bel Air worker, and it just tells you how vulnerable, you know, we are as a population, never knowing, you know, how or where it's going to, you know, be transmitted. So just thank you for everything, for the information you've provided us with. That's all. Thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti, do you have any further?
Yeah, just a quick follow up on what Trustee Kirby or Clerk Kirby Gonzalez was saying about the playgrounds. Is there a similar procedure in place for a complaint in which if there's a specific playground where you tend to go to regularly and you see it packed with kids, none of them are wearing masks, is there a way that we as the public would be able to file a complaint or to notify the public health officer so they could do a site visit or something along those lines to just observe what the conditions are in the area?
Yeah, absolutely. So on our county website, there is a complaint portal where people can actually map or list the places where they're seeing violations, and we would certainly go out, whether, you know, if the city-owned property or county-owned, we'd certainly work with those people who are in charge of that space. If we have to send code enforcement out, we would. So people can do that. We follow up on as much as we can on those complaints. So if you go to the county website, or I think you can search Yolo County COVID complaints or something, there's a whole mapping system where people can list it. They can list the park or the playground structure, and we'll follow up on our code enforcement side. And again, whether that's working with the city or whoever's in charge of that park to make sure that they're following the rules, posting the correct signage. And then if we have to go out there too with continued violations, we certainly will do that if we think it's posing a real risk.
President Jackson, I have a quick question. So if there is a hub where, an example would be that Bel Air Market I talked about. By the way, it's not in West Sacramento, it's just anywhere near here.
Yeah.
But on your website, do you post areas where maybe there's been some sort of contact? You know, if it's a public place, do you ever place that on the board that you're speaking of, so that the public would be aware?
Yeah, in terms of like if they have a case in a supermarket, for example, is that what you're saying? Do we list the supermarket? Yes. No, not in general, just because one, it's the virus is pretty widespread. Two, it's the limitations of contact tracing. There's also HIPAA and protecting. You know, I think the best thing to do, again, is what I tell people is to just assume everyone has it and act accordingly. You know, for better, for worse, that's the way to be the safest. you just don't know. And so, you know, if we have a single case, for example, in a Bel Air, you know, we don't list that Bel Air, one, because most people won't go in there and get infected, and because again, it requires some close contact of some nature, and most interactions we haven't seen much in supermarkets or places like that. Mostly it's actually with employees transmitting to other employees when they're doing some activity close together. We don't see a whole lot between the business and customers that they're serving, because those interactions tend to be pretty brief. So we tend to not list those places. One, we don't want to scare people off, and two, I don't know what the benefit is, to be honest with you, because the risk is still fairly low. But we do list you know, outbreaks at skilled nursing facilities and other places that are very high risk, and certainly want to notify people. I will say, if it does become a huge public health risk and we see a huge outbreak, we would certainly we'd certainly do an announcement if we think people should stay away from a place. We haven't had to do that so far. But again, our whole thing is to work with these businesses, to work with these entities, to make sure they're following the rules of protecting both their staff and the customers. And again, that's been pretty successful. We haven't seen, again, major outbreaks in businesses. It's all, again, being driven mostly by social and family gatherings that are really the most unenforceable thing we have going. You know, it's in people's houses, or family household transmissions when people go home when they're sick, and it may infect 2 or 3 other family members.
Thank you.
Yeah.
President Jackson, I think, well, Vice President Pizzati and I have, I think, been the primary people say it's a community responsibility to assume everybody is wearing a mask and all that from the beginning, from March. So I'm glad that we were, Vice President Pizzati and I were very much aligned with you there. I guess following up on Trustee Alcala's is you can't pinpoint the Bel Air or whatever, the business. Is there a place where you just list all the complaints? Is there a public kind of website? You said there's a portal, but is there from the public standpoint, we know kind of where like Playground Y has 5 complaints, or, well, I don't know.
We don't know. What we do is we're sort of doing the opposite right now, is where we have a green check program for businesses. And those are ones committing to go, you know, to follow the rules and go above and beyond to protect people. We don't list all the complaints, I don't believe. I'd have to check with code enforcement why, but we don't do that right now. So I think you're getting to if people have multiple violations and aren't following the rules. I think from our end, if that's the case and they're willfully violating, then we actually go in and we've done, you know, we've gone to court, we filed orders if they're actually actively trying not to follow the rules or making some sort of, you know, oftentimes a political statement, then we tend to take care of that on the back end. But there has been thought of whether we need to highlight them. We've certainly, other counties have, when people don't listen and don't want to follow the rules, have publicly released those. Thankfully, we haven't had to. We've gone in and been pretty good about, you know, even again, if they're willfully doing it, to say, hey, there's consequences to this, we're going to do this. And that threat has been enough in all the cases that we've had so far.
Yeah.
We would be opposed to it if people are really not following the rules, and most importantly, are really putting people at risk.
Yeah. Yeah, the progressive discipline. I mean, I just, you know, if somebody had 10 infractions, I would imagine, just wondering, like, you, to your point, in other counties, they actually list, they've had 10 infractions on different dates, because, you know, 5 people could report on the same incident. Doesn't necessarily mean it's like 5 different incidents, but good to know that it sounds like if it was that egregious, you would make a public announcement.
Absolutely. Yeah, if we thought it would be the benefit. But again, for most cases, again, even if it's like, no, they're not doing this, I'm not going to wear masks, you know, we tell them, well, we'll close your business, and, you know, and that usually perks them up and gets them to follow the rules. And I can think of the 1 or 2 cases where we've had to go that far. I mean, every time I drive by these places, they are fully masked and are following the rules, to our pleasant surprise, to be honest. And so that seems to be enough right now.
How's West Sac doing? Is specifically?
No, I can't recall any in West Sac, to be honest with you. The ones I'm thinking about are in Davis.
I mean, just want to be clear that our folks are.
No. Yeah, absolutely.
Earlier you had mentioned that if things had kind of continued the way that they are, there's a potential that we would move would be able to move from the red down to the orange. How close are we to that? And then what?
Yeah. If we continue with the trajectory we're on right now, we would be in the yellow, or the orange, excuse me, on the 20th of October.
Okay.
Yep. So in 2 weeks.
Right. And so then the implications of that, like you said earlier, just then would mean that certain businesses can have increased numbers, things like that.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Now, based off of that, what is the recommendation then for county health when it comes to schools? Are there granted, we have the tiers, but are you guys making any recommendations for schools at the different tiers and how to proceed?
Yeah, no, good question. So we don't make any, I mean, it's really, for us, it's really up to the schools, right? And so that's to be your decision to weigh the benefits. Okay. I think from my perspective, I understand the difficult decision you have, right? I'm someone who's a big health equity proponent, education being a big piece of health equity. Certainly understand there's all the downside of kids, particularly younger kids, not being in school. But it's really up to the people who know their schools the best. We don't make a recommendation, but we'll certainly support you in whatever you do and making sure you can do it safely. But again, I don't think we're in the position to make that decision for your district or for your schools. But we'll certainly support you in whatever you do.
Well, then,
yeah.
Then my second question might be a moot point, because my second question was going to be, were there any lessons that Yolo County has been able to learn from the other counties that have had schools that have opened and have had cases and things like that, that you could potentially be able to provide as we're moving into the different tiers?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I guess what I would say is, again, this is relative to date. We haven't seen any huge outbreaks that I'm aware of in the region for schools that have reopened. Now, again, we're early and it's only been, a handful of weeks. And I do share the concern of people with the winter going inside and then these holidays coming up. I guess I'm reassured by if people are following the guidelines. Again, I think they're pretty good. And so if you can follow them, then I think it's a relatively safe activity, right? If you can maintain your cohorts, make sure you're doing the face covering and everything in that guideline, I do think it can be done safely. I think, and certainly there'll be cases and people should be prepared for when there are cases. But again, as long as you have protocols set up and you can take care of those issues pretty quickly, we haven't seen any significant impact as a result of that. So, I guess the takeaways, I think it can be done safely. I think certainly there's a benefit, but we'll be here to support you. And it's a little too early, to be frank, for me to say anything solid about how well it's going, but there haven't been any hiccups so far, I guess is what I would say. Or anything huge that's been on the radar.
Right. And then one last question, because I know this is a huge, this kind of came up very early on in the discussions of possibly open schools. Has there been, or is there a noticeable difference between actual face coverings or the face shields in use? Because, for example, I know some of our teachers are, in particular with our younger kids, particularly in kindergarten, things like that, it's important for kids to be able to see the expressions on the teachers' faces in times, and especially be able to see, how the mouth moves for certain word pronunciations and things like that. And if it's the face shield, then they need to have the drape attached to that. Is there any data on those things?
The face shields have less data. The face coverings certainly have been proven effective and have had much more research. But we do get the balance, right, of people having to see mouth movement, particularly for the younger kids. I do know they sell face coverings, I think, with cutouts with plastic there. Again, I think if you're running it right, you could do the face shield with the drape. I think if it's not fully as effective as a face covering, it's probably pretty close. Again, there's a whole lot of research on that, but I think it's kind of, you got to balance the benefit and the risk there. I think if I recall, there's some language in the guidance around that. You know, again, it's really up to you guys to balance it. I don't think there's a huge, a huge increase in risk if you go with the face shield with the covering on the bottom. So I think that's just a balance you're going to have to work out with the teachers and what works for them. But I get that's a tough decision, I know. But you know, I don't think there's a huge difference, even if it hasn't been researched. I wouldn't think there was.
Okay.
What do you approve for others that are open now?
Yeah, we don't approve specific face coverings. And I don't know what they're using now. It's a good question. I can certainly ask them. Again, I do think the guidance has something around face shields and drapings that's allowed for younger kids. I don't recall the specific language, but if you look in the guidance document, I do recall, I think there's some language, or maybe the YCOE guidance has language around that too. But I seem to think it was referenced one place or another in one of those guidance documents.
But assuming that when you approved the waivers, they said they would use something.
Yeah, they were required to use a face covering. Yeah, they're required. No, they're required to use the face covering. We don't vet what specific face coverings they're doing. We don't get to that level of detail.
Okay.
I will say, if you don't mind, President Jackson, because we've talked about the face shields, I read it too in the guidance that talked about the drape, but we've shared that it's really hard to find those in terms of purchasing. So is there any guidance on how that is attached or done in your department? Maybe our staff can connect with you later. But that was something that came up. And certainly if you're teaching kindergarten or whatnot, you're a teacher, what do? You stand over children. So a face shield with no drape it seems like a really bad idea. But how do we get a drape, or what does it look like? Was just something that came up. I know school districts are getting shields, but they don't have the drape. Do we just hack it on ourselves? Do we do it? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you could think of a hybrid. Some people I know where, you know, the face shield, when they're distanced away, they can take off their mask and then put it back on when they get closer. So it doesn't have to be all or nothing, you know, one or the other. There may be an opportunity, to your point, if you're hovering over a kid, you may want to put a face covering on, but when you're back and maybe reading or something where there isn't that direct exposure downward, or you can't find a suitable drape, you could take it off just so they can see the mouth movement. I would, I guess, again, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. You could do a hybrid there too, to make sure it's safe.
All right. Anything further?
Yeah, just to that point, I'm currently in jury duty, and the way the attorneys utilize the face shield versus face mask is kind of a hybrid. It's when they're speaking away from the bench or away from the jury box, they use the face shield, but anytime they have to approach the bench or the jury box to display something, they put on their mask. So they do kind of switch out from time to time as the procedure would require.
Good to know. Well, Mr. Vaughn, thank you very much. We really do appreciate your time and your information. It's very, very informative.
Yeah, and my pleasure. And if you need any more support or guidance, I'm always happy to help out too. You can reach out to me directly.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay. Take care.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
We're just going to continue on, and we just have a few final slides to inform what we're moving forward to and what progress you should expect. So we are operating under the substantial status, which is the red tier. And which for us, that means that our daycares are in small cohort supervision and our learning centers. And we did get quite a bit of support from our public health officers in opening daycare and learning centers before school started. We are also doing individualized assessments, as all other school districts in Yolo County have started. And what we're working on, this is work in progress right now, is about how we bring small cohorts of students for targeted and in-person instruction. So just as a reminder, when we talk about cohorts, because it's so much easier to say small groups of students. But the reason why we use the word cohort is because it's just not kids intermingling with each other. It's very important that all of the logistics and operations are very precise and very clean in terms of not mixing students, and that they are stable. There will be some days when we do open in this manner that while we might have 14 students or 7 students, if a student is absent, we're not going to be adding students to take that student's place. A cohort remains the same. Our task force has been working specifically on the small cohorts of in-person instruction for our special day classes. These are people who may have been on the previous work groups during the summer, but we did add specialty and experts to this particular task force because we are talking solely about special day classes. It's a real difference when you have people who are experts in this specific field, that this is their specialty and their specialty of their credential. But more importantly, as a parent, the parents live this at home, and they have a different level of anxiety and concern and different thoughts about the needs of their children. We have 12 parents that are on this particular task force because they live this, they're living it currently at home, and want to ensure that there is a smooth transition when we do open for small group instruction. We have special education staff who are serving on this task force, and you see the amount of special ed staff in these specialized credentials. We also have administration there, both certificated and classified. Our Director of Transportation, Nate Hill, is serving on this. Terry Souza, our Director of MOT, is also on this. We have classified leaders as well that are on this particular task force to ensure that all lenses and stakeholders are a part of this planning. So what we want to do is revisit our numbers. At the last board meeting, we showed that there are 216 students that are currently in our special day classes. Now, as of this afternoon at 1 o'clock, we have received 143 responses from our 216 families, which is 66%. We are still getting them. We got more this afternoon that I did not include in these numbers. This is as of 1 o'clock. We will do more outreach tomorrow morning, and our principals are doing that because our administration works closely with our families in special day classes. Out of the 143 responses, 90 parents are comfortable coming back to a hybrid learning setting. 37% of our SDC students to date, as of 1 o'clock rather, would prefer to remain in the virtual setting. So before any plans start getting drafted, it is critical that we get all 216 responses in order to know how to plan accordingly, class by class. What we need to think about is once our special day classes come back for in-person instruction, those who do sign up to come back in hybrid, what I want to assure all of our parents is whether you're in a small cohort or whether you're thinking about later in the months when we possibly could go into hybrid learning models, is that no matter what model we have in place, we will continue a 100% virtual model of some manner because there's still too much unknown with COVID-19. What we need to think about are the prioritization of students coming onto campus. once we have our special day cohorts in place, we will know a lot more. I think more anxieties will be less once we work out all of the transitions while people are on campus. It's hard. We're projecting the best that we can of what we know of our students prior to COVID-19 and what we know that we can see in our students virtually. But once we come back on campus, that's when we're really going to know, and we will be there to support along the way, whether it's logistics, operations, or programmatic. The cohorts that the governor's guidelines have suggested are not just special day students. They have also suggested, if we can go back to the prior slide, sorry. They have also suggested bringing students into cohorts that possibly are homeless or in transition. In other words, they don't have a permanent place of residence. Another cohort that the governor has identified are emergent English learners. He actually identifies English learners. My suggestion would be emergent. And we saw some of that data at the last board meeting, how many students are emergent English learners, and they are mostly in the younger grades. So as we move along this pathway for special day classes, it's important to also think about what the possibilities may be for additional cohorts in the future. I would caution our district to walk slowly in order to ensure success and ensure safety and ensure that we are able to handle the small amount as we take each step along the way. There's another concept when we think about cohorts of students. We're thinking, when we think about these bringing groups back onto campus, we're thinking about really the full day, or thinking about it in terms of the whole week's instructional program of students. There's also ways to target small group instruction to either help with learning loss or help with even counseling sessions. Or our social workers could have counseling sessions in small groups of 5 or 6 like they normally would. Even our outreach specialists could do that. We could even have English learners that are at the emergent level, possibly even just recently moving to the United States, having no English at home, and having them not as a full cohort all day or even half a day, but maybe just a 1-hour block of instruction, depending on the availability of staff that is not assigned to a whole classroom. So there are other possibilities when we talk about cohorts of students where it doesn't have to be massive. It could be small targeted groups for certificated staff that are able to teach maybe 1 hour in the afternoon because they're not assigned a whole class roster. So we're looking at different possibilities as well, where it's not so, so intrusive in bringing so many students back. I think there's one more slide. Oh, there's 2 more slides. So this slide has to do with immediate next steps. In other words, this is work that is in progress already and what we will continue to do. Our task force has met 3 times already. I know that they will be meeting again next week. We are in continued collaboration and discussions and planning with all of our labor relations. We will continue to reach out to get 216 responses on the preferences of coming back either in a hybrid model or remaining virtual in order to know how to draft plans. The task force has been very good in looking at possible schedules, and they're looking at the possible schedules on behalf of the students. So they have really come up with some very thoughtful ideas and also have thought about things that may not work as well, so that they've really vetting out quite a few concerns. We will want to have our drafted plans sent to our public health officer. Now, Mr. Vaughn this evening said that we don't necessarily need the blessing of the public health officer. I would like to have them review our plans just to make sure if they find anything where we can improve on, we will do it. And of course, we would want to send some draft plans to the board. We hope to do that in the next couple of weeks because the task force is working really hard and multiple times a week to see how we can bring these plans to the board. What I would say in closing on this is I know it's causing a lot of anxiety. I know it is. It causes me anxiety to think about we're going to go through another transition and another change. We have been very thoughtful and very strategic about how we are living in this very challenging, unprecedented time. It's unprecedented because there's no system in place for this. There are no generations of superintendents or site administration or even board members who have lived a pandemic like we have lived in the past 7 months. We are creating these systems, not just for today, but for the future, should another pandemic occur, even COVID-19 again. We are in a much better place. We have systems in place. We have more health and safety precautions in place than we did 7 months ago. We have far more health and safety precautions in place than most school districts. We even do more health screenings than is required than other school districts, because we believe that all of our staff and our students need to be safe. And that is our top priority. As we look into the near future, as we project the best that we can with the information that we have each day, my recommendation to the board is to stay the course. Stay the course of our plan. I know it's hard with everybody else opening up, and public health means no disrespect to school districts in saying that technically after October 20th, everybody can open up. That's not their purview and that's not their intent to cause more anxiety. What that is saying is that scientifically, through the lens of public health, it is safe to start bringing kids back on campus. Washington Unified, I believe in moving slow to be successful as we go further along on this trajectory. So I say stay the course, stay with our plan. We're in phase 4 of our 6-phase plan, and that is looking at small cohorts of in-person instruction. And when we see the success of that, then we can think about when the appropriate time for opening into full hybrid would be. One thing we need to also consider, not just the health and safety part of it, not just the logistics, not just the operations, but I think about our high school students who are on terms each semester, the 4x4 block. How can we help support our students through transitions? And would going into a hybrid model be detrimental to our high school students in the middle or over halfway through their term? Every minute counts in a term. And so that's why I say stay the course. Let's just take one step at a time. And we will see through the one step, ensure success, and then we will take and prepare for the next step along the way. And so that is our conclusion, I believe, is my last slide. And we are committed. Each meeting, we will bring an update to the board of new information as we receive it each day and new guidelines as the state begins to move through these different tiers.
Well, thank you for that, Superintendent Luna. I believe we have one public comment on N1.
Correct. We have a public comment request from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is available and you may begin.
Thank you, Yorgos. And thank you to our public health officer, Mr. Vaughn, and to Ms. Luna for the presentation. I'm sorry. I just want to say that I think it's great to hear an update. I feel like there's still a lot of questions about the sanitary procedures that are taking place, like whether or not the classrooms are already being sanitized and prepared for the return of the students. Once they're returned, will the students have access to the necessary PPE and the appropriate hand sanitizer? Is there a plan in place for continuing to sanitize the classrooms as well as other high-touch areas like doors, handrails? What about the bathrooms? And regarding the safety of students, teachers, and staff, before people return, like before these cohorts start, is there going to be a requirement for everybody to test negative for COVID prior to bringing them on campus, both the staff, the teachers, and the students? And since the cohorts are going to be commingled on buses, does that mean if there's a single COVID positive, that it's going to shut down all the cohorts? And what happens if a cohort does shut down? Will they return to virtual learning during the quarantine process? Or will they just lose that 2 weeks or however long of learning? I also still have concerns about how this will impact teachers, staff, and the students that are still doing the virtual learning, because are the teachers going to be teaching children in the classroom and on Zoom or Google Meets? I did ask this question previously and was told that the teachers that would be returning are special education for the special day classes and therapists and counselors and things like that. But then you're also talking about our homeless and foster youth. They don't fall into those categories. They attend regular classes. So if they returned in a cohort, are they going to be removed from all the classes they've currently been in? Or are they just going to be in a classroom but still learning virtually from the same teacher that they've been with? And returning them to the classroom also calls out students who are homeless or foster to their peers, because either they're going to be on Zoom and being shown in a classroom, or they're suddenly going to disappear from their other classes. And either way, that's going to send up some sort of red flag that might make them uncomfortable. As a foster parent and someone who has other foster kids in my life, this is something that's a big concern on a personal level for me. And I do understand the importance of starting to send kids back to school, but I just feel like there's too many questions that we don't have clear answers on, that the information is just vague with no transparent communication about what steps are being taken for a safe return as far as actual sanitary procedures. And there are steps referenced in the presentation. We're told that there are safety procedures in place, but not what those procedures are. And while I do understand that this is a fluid situation, I think the information surrounding sanitation procedures and things like that would be the same regardless of what.
Excuse me, that's time. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
President Jackson.
Yes.
I would be remiss if I was not able to answer some of those concerns, because I don't want our public to think that we don't have some of those things in place, if I may.
Please do. Yes, please.
So first, I want to remind everybody, we do have staff that have been working the entire time since March 13th. So therefore, all of our sanitation processes and disinfecting has had to have occurred since March 13th. Otherwise, I would have put our employees in jeopardy. We have been working in our offices. Our food service staff has been working in the cafeterias and in the kitchens and in the public. Our school secretaries are working in the offices. We have our daycares. We have our learning centers with children. And all of our custodial staff has gone through the COVID-19 training with the appropriate, we have changed all of our cleaning. It's not just wiping and cleaning. We don't call that anymore. We call it disinfecting or sanitizing. And all of those things have been in place even after meetings. If we have in-person meetings of small groups, we have on our bathrooms, we have every other hour a signature that it was sanitized and disinfected. We have these things in place. They have been communicated in our handbook when we put out our WUSD handbook of what we have in place during this COVID-19 period. So I don't want people to think that we don't have our things in place. It has been communicated, and I don't want more anxiety being caused by unanswered questions. If there is any kind of transparency, you're not going to get more information in any other district than this district. We have all of our information on our websites. We send daily communications or communications regarding COVID-19 and any kind of changes to all of our families on Catapult. And we can see who gets it and who doesn't get it. And that's why we've even added text messaging to it. So if there are concerns in regards to what is in place, our site administration has it all. There's the traffic flow, there's everything is there. All the PPE equipment, I have mentioned over 10,000 masks that have been purchased for our students and our staff. We have all the PPE equipment in place for all the assessments and for all the special day classes. So please, anytime that there are questions regarding that, it's great to ask them to the board because the board knows the answers to these questions. But let's use them at our local level where we have all of our answers at our school sites or even our district office. I want to make sure that everybody does feel comfortable and does have the answers if they could not find them. So we want everybody to have these answers and want to feel comfortable. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you. I can attest. I remember when I had to go pick up a computer. I was stopped at the door, scanned the whole deal. They were like, "Nope, you can't come in here. Gotta take your temperature first." So I appreciate that. We'll start trustee comments. Trustee Akala, anything?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Wong?
I'm in agreement with Superintendent Luna in terms of staying the course. We've talked about this in terms of a kind of a plan, a thoughtful conversation. I would also encourage us. We know that we have to talk to our labor partners moving forward with this. So hopefully they're fully engaged in the conversations and the details about how to roll it out. And on balance, how do we meet the needs of educational equity that was mentioned previously with the public health officer? Right, so we just kind of have to think about on balance, all of those things. I know that, and I'm sure all of the board members here have gotten different calls of virtual just isn't working for our youngest learners. And I know President Jackson, you've mentioned that in the paper, and that parents have unenrolled their children from kindergarten because it's not a mandated requirement, kindergarten. And so that concerns me in terms of this conversation about learning loss and what's going to happen for students who aren't doing well in that virtual setting. And I know that the comment was cut off, and I know our teachers are hurting. Our teachers want to be with our kids. And, you know, they want to engage. And I'll just share with you that my children are personally saying, "Mommy, I get it, our camera's on, but there's too many distractions." And I'm concerned that they are losing a passion for learning, and they're older, right? So I'd like us to be thoughtful about it and just figure out how do we engage children, our students authentically during COVID. And I agree with staying the course, but really very, very just concerned with the parents of younger children, and yourself included, about how we're going to engage. Actually, all of you, I think, have young students, very young students, about what that's like for them at home. So, and you guys are all well resourced. There are lots of parents who aren't and just saying, I just can't do it. So
yeah, no, that's a good point. Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I appreciate that point. I think it's a very valid and important. I have a first grader. I'm home solo teaching, working full time. So it is a challenge. But exactly as you said, I'm glad you said, Trustee Wong, we are well resourced. And so I fully recognize and am appreciative of the district that who is our priority. It's the students who we've talked about here. How do we meet the needs of the students who are under-resourced first? Or the students who need the counseling services first, the students who are the emergent learners first. And so I'm really grateful for these thoughtful conversations and the recognition too of how do we look at the need. Everyone has need right now. And so how do we prioritize that? And it's not an easy answer. We talked about the challenges of a large district. They are huge when we look at a school that has, say, 1,000 students opening, and then having multiple schools, right, versus one small school opening. So with a large district, there are a lot of challenges in opening during this time, but also we have a lot more supports and resources and pieces too. Also, we do serve the students who are experiencing homelessness. We do serve the emergent English learners. We serve everyone. And so it was disheartening to see that there was, I'm not talking about our community, but in general, that schools were opening who were not meeting those needs of our students who are the most vulnerable. And I'm glad to see us having those discussions. I think for me, the piece, and I'm really glad again that Trustee Wong brought up the importance of having our staff really here and fully in the conversations. With all of this, they're doing the work. They need to feel comfortable. They need to really be part of this. They know it's working, what's not. A hybrid model does not mean necessarily more time with your teacher. So in person is critical. I think we all understand that, but it's not, I don't want people to think that it necessarily means more time. It could mean less. We don't know yet in terms of negotiations and what this looks like. And so with these pieces, Superintendent Luna, as we move through these phases, the task force now, I was really impressed with the group that is on it. As we move to the next phase, will the task force change? Will there be multiple in terms of also meeting some of these populations like families who are second language being on the task force or whatnot? So I'm wondering how those might move forward as we move forward.
Thank you for that question. I've been so impressed with this task force for thinking about bringing SDC students back. It has been very powerful. I have just been amazed at their discussions, their conversations. And I think it's because they have a very expert and focused lens. And I think that that's how, when we start bringing small cohorts back, I think that is the way to do it, is to get those specific stakeholders directly impacted by the specific cohort to be the task force that does the planning and the logistics and the scheduling, because they know best. They know best. I would not be the right person to help create an SDC schedule. An SDC teacher and their program specialists are the ones to do that. And those are the people that are on the task force. And I would think the same for our emergent English learners and any other students that we choose to bring back.
Yeah. And then my next two pieces, one is we talk about it, and as it has come up in our meeting a few times, we think about our littlest learners, our TK, our preschool students, our kindergarten, first grade. But I also think of them as being the least developmentally able to maybe follow some of these procedures. I've talked before about the day we closed. I was standing there picking up my, at the time, kindergartner, and knowing that with my heart that we had to close, thinking for a few weeks, and the kids were, they were so sweet. They just washed their hands, you know, they're supposed to distance. They're all holding each other's faces saying, I love you, friend. And so, you know, how are we setting up our teachers to be in those spaces? I know it'll be less kids. I know it will be, but if there's a way, and I do trust our task forces, but to bring on, say, some of our classified staff that have been on the yard supervisors whose roles might be different. I see those as really needing maybe another adult body in the room or support, because you know, developmentally, kids are touching each other and talking, and they're just, it's going to be tough. So I think about that. And then the last one I wanted to bring up was, no matter what, we've talked about having the option to remain virtual. We have students who are medically fragile or for whatever reason staying in this virtual piece. So what I would like to see it, and I know we have a new director of technology as well, is a survey as well, some input from our families about what is going well, what is a challenge during this time. As we move forward, since we know that that is a situation that we're going to stay in, right? Virtual in one way or another, some of our families or others. So I would like to get their feedback. And then I'll just share, and again, I know that we are a fortunate family, but I do want to give a big shout out. It's hard. I heard the teachers' tears. I feel them too. We know what our best teaching looks like, our best learning looks like. It is hard. It is hard. But I do want to share with you that I was reading last night with my first grader, and both my husband and I just went, what? Because she started reading words that we didn't know that she knew, because they had just been working on it in class. And so our kids, I just want to tell everyone here, you are working hard, and it is seen, and we are seeing it in our kids. And I know it's not ideal or what any of us would choose. But I do want you to know that, because it is hard, but you are making a very big difference right now. And so I think it's important to say that, and we sometimes can't say that enough, even though it's not up to your standards.
Vice President Pizzotti.
You know, the difficult thing about going after such thoughtful colleagues as Trustee Wong and Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez is they often say the things that are on your mind. And I guess the only thing I can say is, it's nice to have a board that's on the same page, because I don't want to go over the same things that my two colleagues have already mentioned. I don't want to be redundant. I'd just echo those statements. I think the important note that I did hear was the inclusion of our labor unions in the discussions, and to begin, talks and start identifying plans. That is important. That is a very key factor in any of this, as they are our partners. The other thing since Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez did a shout out, I have to do the same. Sometimes I think the teachers can feel like, especially in the younger grades, when you're on a Zoom call, it can be often like herding cats in order to get people to pay attention and to focus from little squares, right? Right, exactly. And I just got to give a shout out to my daughter's teacher, who has been doing an extraordinary job and making, as I've said a number of times, distance learning is difficult on its best day. And I can say that, what we've experienced so far is, yes, difficult, but it is better and moving in the right direction than, where we've been. And it's growing better day by day. Still difficult, still going to be a challenge no matter what we do, because these times are definitely uncertain. And even our kids feel the uncertainty. And, my kid, this is just me speaking from what I'm hearing, is telling me, Daddy, when can I go back to school? And I hear that and it breaks my heart, because she wants to go back. And I've heard from a lot of parents, when can we go back? But the most important factor here is when it's safe. And beyond anything else, I can't say that I personally feel safe at this moment, right? I'm seeing it get better, but I don't feel safe. And I think that's what we all have to start thinking about is this really safe? And I agree that it is with Superintendent Luna and her comment that we need to continue to stay the course, and follow our plan. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you to all the teachers and staff that have been working hard. Some have been still going into the classroom to teach, some doing it from home. All of you are doing a magnificent job, and I do appreciate you so very much.
Right. Yeah. And with that, I don't know if Superintendent, or something. This is something that has been thought of too. Is particularly as you were making the comments about the River City kids in the 4x4 blocks. Have we talked? Have they even thought about maybe having cohorts of kids for support, where they, you're in a cohort, and if your cohort goes to school on a particular day, where you can receive some additional supports from your teachers and stuff like that. Just something I was thinking about, and just wanted to kind of spitball that out there, just to kind of throw more onto the table, because I know there's not enough on there already. But that was just something that I thought of as a way where we could possibly even kind of enhance that experience for folks as well. And then the one question I did have is that it came up earlier, and the date of October 26th came up. Is that a target date, or is that a date that is a fluid date, or is that can you just give us the significance of that date, if any, of when we possibly are considering possibly bringing folks back on campus?
Sure, it's a projected date. It's a projected date because it's after the October 22nd board meeting. And I don't want to speak in representation of other school districts, but I know that the end of October is where many other school districts are also looking to start bringing in small cohorts of instruction. Mm-hmm. And that's not why we set that date. It's just a target date. And it's projected because, the task force is still working pretty hard in terms of waiting for all 216 responses. We have so much more in place to start a transition than we did in the summer. See, in the summer, we had to put everything together. Here, it's a different lens of putting something together. It's really on the programmatic part of what the schedules and what the program looks like, and the staff that are doing the services. So it's a projected date.
And is it also projected because a lot of the things that are still subject to bargaining that need to be agreed upon as well?
Well, yeah, they have been working closely with Associate Superintendent Gonzalez. They've had plenty of labor relations meetings. I know that she's also in contact with them, not even outside of labor relation meetings. She's in very close connection, and that any kind of questions come up, they get on to those discussions right away. So there are some things to be worked out. I will also say that I expect that Yolo County Public Health will be coming out with different or more clarity in the guidelines that will affect our small groups or small cohorts. So I anticipate hearing from public health soon as well. That will help us with our planning.
Well, I'll leave it with this final comment, is that I hope our classified staff, our certificated staff realize and understand that in this district, you have a very responsive district, I think, considering you have a very responsive district. You have a very responsive board that actually listens to and values the input of our certificated staff, of our classified staff. In that if there's something that they feel that they need to make them feel safer, moving into this next phase of learning, bargain it. Because I think the people that you're working with are very responsive. And if it's reasonable, I don't see anyone in this district who would be opposed to, things that are reasonable requests in order to make our staff feel safe as they return, or as we discuss the possibility of returning to campus, either in small cohorts or what have you. Because again, all that is subject to bargaining, because if it's not bargaining, it's not going to happen. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, that's just part of labor relations, right? Is that, there needs to be some sort of an agreement in most cases. So I would encourage that. And, and then, because I don't want folks to feel like they're in a hopeless position, and that these decisions are just being made on the whim and the ebbs and flows of what a few folks want, because their input is valued. I think their input is very, very important, because not only are we talking about the health of our teachers, we're talking about the health of our students, which in turn talks about the health of our families and our community. So whatever it is that maybe some folks may feel their needs aren't being met, bring it up, bargain it with at the table, and so we can try and help put some of those things at ease for you. I mean, that's part of the process. That's the purpose of the process, and one of the purposes of the process, in my opinion. So, and with that, that was just the last thing I wanted to say about that. So, thank you for that presentation. Anything further on N1?
President Jackson, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Something just occurred to me as we're talking about this. When the cohorts come back, are we going to have testing done before they can enter the classrooms?
What we're going to do is get the guidance and direct information from our public health officers. I anticipate that they will be coming out with information on that, because schools are beginning to bring kids back on campus, and that has been a very big question. You heard Director Vaughn speak about the test centers in West Sacramento, but directly in terms of the governor's summer guidance, in the summertime, he did bring out a guidance about surveillance testing, a certain percent, 25% of all staff every other month. I anticipate that Yolo County may, in working with the governor and knowing a little bit more about COVID-19, that county public health departments are going to be coming out with statements on how schools can maneuver through that.
Now, to that end too, that was a comment that was made earlier too, is about requiring kids to be tested before they get allowed back on campus. And Trustee Wong, you may know better than you. I think you know this better than I do. But to me, that seems that would be a clear HIPAA violation, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
It's more of a personal choice violation, just like I will put it out there, anti-vaxxers make the argument all the time. If it's not a state mandate, to my knowledge, the flu shot and the COVID-19 vaccination, if there is one, has not yet to become a state mandate. And so it is it's not just a HIPAA violation, but it is parent choice to provide that.
But meaning that as a district, we can't say, well, before you can come back, you have to. Okay, that's what I thought.
We cannot deny access to education if it's an option.
Correct.
From my understanding, as a children's rights former children's rights organization, unless it's mandated by law, I don't think a public agency can force that upon.
Okay,
that's correct. Thank you, Trustee Wong.
Thank you for that. All right, N2, presentation by Yolo County Moms Demand Action, Ms. Karen Zanato and Adomic.
Hi. Hi. Sorry, my video isn't turning on. It's saying my host has stopped it. So I'm trying to.
Oops.
That. So let me. Do you want me to? I can just do share.
Yorgos can actually. The host is Yorgos, so he can.
Working on it as we speak.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see my screen? I just tried to share screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah,
we
can see
that
it.
Is good. And you don't need to see me. That's fine. We'll do the screen. All right. So thank you so much for having us speak tonight. We appreciate you listening to us. I know it's a long evening for everyone, so thanks for taking the time to listen to us. My name is Anna, and I'm the co-lead for the Yolo County Moms Demand Action Group. I'm joined with Karen tonight. I'm going to do the first part of this presentation, and Karen's going to do the second part. She's the membership lead. And we both have children at 2 different schools in Washington Unified. And I just wanted to do a quick shout out also just to appreciate all the teachers and all the work that's gone into taking care of our students right now. Oh, there's Start My Video. At this crazy time. So I know I certainly have appreciated it. So what we're going to be talking about today is about gun violence. And gun violence is a real problem, but we are not powerless to change things. In fact, there are some concrete steps that we could take as a community that we wanted to talk about tonight that can help lessen the damage of gun violence as it relates to our children and families. Make sure I got that. So we start each Moms Demand Action meeting with our statement of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I thought I would just start this meeting also with that, just to give everyone a little sense of our purpose and mission. So our purpose is to work together to decrease gun violence and increase public safety across our nation. In our meetings, events, and activities, we value diversity, we advance equity, we demonstrate inclusion. We are a community, we are gun violence survivors, including victims and witnesses, change makers, and advocates who come together in partnership to work towards a future that is free from gun violence. We are a nonpartisan group, and we are not anti-gun, but we are anti-gun violence. So we thought we'd start this presentation with just a few statistics to show the scope of the problem, and then we're going to talk about some possible things that we can do, and hopefully, possibly the school board can help do some of those also. So every day in America, 100 Americans die from gun violence. And I just saw a recent statistic that even though violence as a whole has gone down since we've had this pandemic, gun violence has not. And part of that has been, if anyone's been following it, that there has been a lot of people who bought guns since this pandemic happened. And so generally speaking, the more guns there are circulating, the more gun violence there is. So all of this gun violence is both unacceptable and preventable. And it's especially sad when it comes to our kids. So firearms are the second leading cause of death for American children and teens, and the first leading cause of death for Black children and teens. Nearly 1,700 children and teens die by gun homicide every year, and Black children and teens are 14 times more likely than white children and teens of the same age to die by gun homicide. And these numbers, gun violence also disproportionately affects communities of color. Within the cities with the highest rates of gun violence, gun homicides are most prevalent in racially segregated neighborhoods with high rates of poverty. Black Americans are 10 times more likely than white Americans to die by gun homicide, and firearms are the leading cause of death for Black children and teens. One thing that sometimes people do not realize about gun violence is that many gun deaths are suicide. In fact, nearly 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides, and access to a gun increases the risk of death by suicide by 3 times. Most people who attempt suicide do not die unless they use a gun. Approximately 85% of gun suicide attempts do end in death. So looking at all of these sobering statistics, there are 3 different things we're going to talk about tonight that are something that can be helpful, we're hoping, for the school board. So we're just going to touch on them briefly just for the sake of time. But the first one that I want to mention is that every town, in conjunction with the two largest education unions, released a school safety report in February, right before everything hit with the pandemic. And this school safety report, they looked at all the data on school shootings. So I know right now schools are not, happening in person, but obviously there's discussion about that when they will meet again. So we're going to present some information for different things to keep schools safe, both in person, and then also talk about ways to keep kids safe at home with guns. So when they looked at the data, this was every town, again, in conjunction with the two largest educational unions, looking at the data on school shootings, they found 4 things. They found 1, that those that commit gun violence on school grounds often have a connection to those schools. 2, that guns used in school-based violence most often come from the shooter's home or the home of family or friends. 3, that shooters often displayed warning signs of potential violence before the incident happened. And 4, that gun violence in American schools has disproportionately impacted students of color. So as a result of those findings, these are on this slide are the 8 research-based recommendations that they came up with. And at the end of this presentation, there's a link to the full school safety report, which goes through each parts of this, what they recommend to try to help schools be safer. And the idea is that all of these things are recommended to try to, the goal is to address gun violence in all of its forms and for all of the ways that it can affect children, and also to try to prevent gun violence from happening. So the goal is to stop, a school shooting before it happens. Not the focus is not on just what do you do in the moment, but how do you prevent it from happening? So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Karen, who's going to talk about 2 other strategies, specifically safe gun storage and the gun violence restraining order that California has, that are 2 other just public information campaigns to be aware of and strategies to reduce gun violence.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you again to the board for offering us this opportunity to share with you tonight. Anna, can you go to the next slide? Thanks. So in addition to the Be Smart program that I'll discuss in just a minute, Yolo County Moms Demand Action wants to help educate the public about California's gun violence restraining order, or the GVRO. The purpose of a GVRO is to temporarily get firearms out of the hands of people that may be an imminent threat to themselves or to others. This law came about as a result of an incident that took place in Santa Barbara in May of 2014. Some family members of an individual reported to the police that he was acting violently, but because he hadn't yet committed a crime, there was no mechanism in place for the, there was no mechanism in place to remove his firearms from his possession. The man went on a shooting spree and ended up killing 6 individuals. The California State Legislature took action and the GVR law went into effect in January of 2016. Last November, UC Davis researcher Dr. Garen Wintmute published case studies from the last 3 years where GVROs were issued. While we can only speculate as to whether the individuals actually would have committed a gun-related crime, none of the threatened shootings had occurred, and no other homicides or suicides by persons subject to the orders occurred as of early August 2019. Now, as Anna said earlier, access to guns is a driver to gun violence. GVROs can be used to disrupt access to guns, thereby potentially preventing gun violence. We want to make sure the teachers and employees in Washington Unified are aware of the recent changes to the law that impact their role in GVROs. As of last month, teachers and employees at secondary and post-secondary schools are eligible to petition the court for GVROs with the approval of administration. Other persons that may petition are immediate family members, employers, and coworkers, as well as law enforcement. And like Anna said, we have some links on the last slide. One is for a link to Dr. Wintmute's publication, and also the Speak for Safety website that has information on GVROs and a specific page dedicated to teachers and employees of schools. If we go on to the next slide.
Computer is deciding not to.
Oh no.
There we go, come on. There we go.
Thank you. So this slide just gives a little bit of statistics about unsecured guns and how they impact children and our youth. Can you go to the next one? And finally, with so many of the students in our district learning from home, it is more important than ever to keep guns out of their hands. In order to be smart, we must follow this acronym. S, we secure all guns. That means they're kept locked, unloaded, and separate from the ammunition. We must model responsible behavior. Children copy the adults around them. By modeling responsible gun ownership, we are instilling responsibility in our children. A, ask about unsecured guns in other homes. Are there unsecured guns in the homes that the children in our district are visiting? It's an important question that parents and guardians should be asking, along with questions about allergies and pickup times. R, we need to recognize the role of guns in suicide. As Anna said, and it was in the last slide, suicide by gun is highly effective, and access to guns makes it much more likely that someone will be successful in their suicide attempt. And finally, T, we need to tell peers to be smart. It isn't up to just one of us. We all need to be aware and be responsible for preventing gun violence. We at Yolo County Moms Demand Action thank Superintendent Luna for the communication she sent out last year, reminding our families of the legal responsibilities for safe gun storage here in California, as well as our Be Smart flyer. We would like to ask that a similar letter be sent each year. Ideally, the letter would require a parent or guardian's signature, so we can be sure that this important message cannot be ignored. As Anna said in public comment back in February, Los Angeles was the first district to do this, and since then, at least 5 other districts in Southern California have followed: the Denver Public Schools, St. Louis Schools, Phoenix Schools, and Marin County, among others that I'm not even aware of yet. Again, there'll be a link in the next slide for the Be Smart website, but at this time, I want to thank you again for allowing us the opportunity to speak tonight. And here's all the links. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
And these are all the links, and we'll also email those these links to the board members too, so you have access to them.
Awesome, thank you so much. Questions, comments? Vice President Posadi?
Yeah, first, Karen and Anna, I really want to say thank you for all the hard work that you've done for Yolo County and helping educate our families and students about, gun violence and gun safety. You guys are doing God's work as far as I'm concerned. So thank you so very much for that. I'm just curious. I've because of the field I'm in, I tend to hear potential legislative efforts, and I was just wondering. I've heard efforts about creating a division within Department of Justice that would regulate firearms, much like the DMV regulates vehicles, or in terms of the registration and things like that. Have you heard anything similar to that? And if so, where have you heard, what kind of traction has that gained?
So that was, I don't know exactly how much we're supposed to share, about potential legislation, but yes, I have heard about that potential legislation. It was definitely, I think, originally a possibility for, I believe, I'm trying to think of the time frame, but possibly this coming year. I think there's a lot of So the reason that is encouraged is it's actually been shown to be more effective than background checks. It's actually been shown, a couple of states have done that, to be the most effective because you have someone who's kind of it's not just the initial, that you have someone overseeing and checking in and making sure someone, there's some oversight to it. So it has been shown the most effective to try to keep guns out of potentially, domestic violence cases, all that type of stuff. The last I heard, it's a heavy lift in the sense that you have someone's going to have to do all the regulation. So getting that in place is a heavy lift. And so I haven't heard, I know it was discussed, and then I think it was potentially for right now dropped because of that. But I think it's always a longer term goal because it's considered kind of the gold standard, both, ideally at the national level, if you could ever get something like that. It's been shown in the states, I know there's a few that have passed it, and to be the most effective method of just, provide that check. So it's a good question. And it's something that I know that our organization, if it were to come forward, they, like all organizations, pick legislation, but it's one, because it's been studied, usually we try to back up things, that there's some data behind, that's one that we have supported in the past because the data has shown it to be effective. But when,
it was kind of a loaded question. Yeah, it was kind of because I've had conversations. That's something I've been advocating for with some of my friends in the legislature that tend to work on this subject particularly closely. And there seems to be a good level of interest in doing it. Financially speaking, I think that was kind of one of the barriers that I've heard, especially in a giant budget deficit year. It's going to get held up in appropriations. But anyway, I really want to just say thank you for your efforts on this. And this is something that tends to get forgotten in the era of COVID because you don't see school shootings, right? You don't see the mass events that get a lot of notoriety. But what we do hear of is, a lot of incidents in the home starting to take place. And, that is tragic in and of itself. And it's equally as important and just doesn't get quite as much press. And I'm glad you guys are bringing it to the attention of everybody and for sharing it tonight.
President Jackson, can I say something?
Yep.
Thank you to you both, and thank you for your patience in this. Irregardless of COVID-19 schools shut down, I think there was a recent report saying that the gun violence is up. Right, we just had 3 young people across the river die of gun violence. And so thank you so much for being patient, because what you actually have put forth in terms of just educating, even in this era of while we're not in person in school, it's important to kind of educate the parents and the community around it. My question to you is, what can we do better as a school district to help with everything that you're doing on the education front or anything else, in addition to the registration, including the document? So just out of curiosity, as school board members within our jurisdiction, what can we do better to help kind of further your efforts in this?
So a couple concrete things, and you can certainly add, Karen, but I think that we would see would be helpful is definitely, first of all, the kind of, I don't know if it's easy per se, but getting a letter out to all the parents every year and Superintendent Luna wrote a great one back in, I think it was like October of last year, she did a great job of actually putting the California law too, because a lot of times, and I just saw, I didn't comment on it, but I just saw some on social media, even just that from that one thing, people saying, oh, I didn't even realize you had to lock up your guns. And these were parents, a lot of people don't even know the law. And one thing that's been there's been a really big uptick in people buying guns because of the pandemic. And that means there's a lot of new gun owners who also are not very well informed about the laws, who probably have brought them home to their children. So who may or may not have access. So both for the children at home and then potentially when we go back, the majority of school shootings got the guns from home. I think it's 78%. So just locking up guns, if adults, I mean, really the responsibility is on adults to not allow children to have access to it. So, you know, letting people know is the first thing that would be just super helpful, is that education. And then as far as we brought up the gun violence restraining order, is some kind of information to staff, just letting them know. I'm sure you have some, you know, threat assessment, however you deal with it. But, you know, if you have someone who is a legitimate threat, a student that's a threat, be aware that this is a resource. I know that Rockland, I believe it was Rockland School District, I saw used a GVRO to take a gun away from a student's home. So if you have, you know, someone making legitimate threats, it is a resource. There's different ways you can do it. Teachers actually can do it now, but you could always go through, you know, that potentially put them at risk. So you can always go through the police department. We have talked to the West Sac Police Department, so they're aware of it too. So just letting staff know, whoever would be however you set it up, if you have, you know, someone who seems like a legitimate threat. And then the reason I concluded the school safety report is just, there's a lot of really good information in there that it lays out, and it was done with the two largest union groups, and part of it was actually to kind of push back on schools have put a lot of time into lockdown drills, and that's preparing for the moment. But really what we want to do is not get to that moment. No one wants to be, once we're at that moment, it's bad for everyone at that point. We want to stop getting there. So these are all things to try to, the 8 things I put on that school safety report, especially, I think it was number 4 through 8 are actually, no, it's 5 through 8 are things for school districts to do. So like creating an evidence-based, and it has a whole bunch of information about what that means, threat assessment program. So that's, you know, how do you identify and support a student who could potentially be a threat, and provide those supports before they get violent. It does talk about school, like effective school security, you know, locks, that kind of thing, that might be effective. And then it talks about effective trauma-informed. We mentioned about, you know, that lockdown drills can actually be trauma-inducing versus been shown to be effective. So thinking about how do you prepare, and the main thing that they recommend is have the adults know what to do. Whether or not children need to be running through this really is up for debate if that's necessary, but you need the stakeholder, you know, adults to know what to do and have a clear action plan if anything, you know, were to happen. And then one of the big ones is creating equitable schools. You know, I mentioned in that statistic, the greater disparity within, it happens throughout societies, the greater, you know, economic disparity, and all of those things create conditions to increase violence. So, you know, equitable schools and safe schools, that support. So all of those things are kind of under your purview that you know, work on, right?
We're definitely about equitable schools in many ways. And so, and I know that I've spoken to Karen about the trauma and the lockdown drills and about different things, and really appreciate your advice and your guidance around how to approach this. Right? I think you're absolutely right. By the time, and I think that we've said this in the past, is by the time if a student wants to come on campus, they're going to come on campus.
Yeah.
Right. But so what are the steps before that? And I think that Moms Demand Action has a really clear plan and suggestions for us within our jurisdiction, right? Because, you know, we've said it before, the grand jury has said that we have a model safety, our campuses are safe and all these other things. But I think the work that you're doing is actually the preventative side, and education is a critical piece upstream, if you will. And so would love to, again, learn more about how we can better do that. You know, there are a couple of steps that you've already kind of laid out for us. But Karen, looks like you unmuted. I wasn't sure if you were going to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing to what Anna was saying about, and you had asked about further educating the families in the district. And we do have a longer Be Smart presentation that we could do at a parent university or at individual schools for PTO meetings or anything like that. So if that's a way that the district would like us to be involved with educating the public, we would be happy to organize
We
that.
would love that. We would love a parent university on this. That would be perfect.
You're here.
Yeah. So you've heard some kind of excitement and appreciation for everything you're doing, and I would suggest that the parent university, as my child sings to me good night. So hold on.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, any questions, comments?
I love when Washington Unified School Board, you definitely will get photobombed. Thank you so much for this. Thank you, one, for being patient with us, getting it on the agenda, and two, for being patient with us tonight because it was a late night. But this is so appreciative. Can get a little bit emotional because our jobs change, Columbine, Sandy Hook, the work we do in our schools. I know that I speak for every educator when we look at the, hallways, we look whenever we take our kids in a room on a field trip. And it takes the whole community. And so this is just such important work to educate our community. And I think that looking at how we can do drills better, I 100% agree with the point of really educating staff. Do we need to put our kids through this? Let's look at the research and not do it if it's not effective. So I just so appreciate all that you do. I think I've personally benefited from the restraining orders and the GVRO, and it's such important work. And to make sure that our community and everyone knows that they have these resources that they can get a hold of, it's critical. And then I'll give this, I think Trustee Wong asked fabulous questions and we've gotten a lot of good information. So I'll just make a plea to the community as well that if your children are going to play dates, which hopefully we're careful with COVID, but in a typical world, drop that stigma and just say, do you have guns in your home and are they secure? And it can be uncomfortable to ask, but it's important to ask. And it's very easy to secure guns, to have a gun safe. They make multiple kinds. But it is a question that I think is important to ask and just have part of our narrative. If you have guns in your house before my child comes over, are they secure? And our community asking that simple question, going to a parent university, if I am a gun owner, how can I be a responsible gun owner, are really critical. So I'm excited for the parent university piece that came out of this. I'm excited to keep working, and I just so much gratitude for you both and for the entire organization. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that. And I just want to add one thing to your comment about gun locks. When we spoke with the police department before, they did say that they have free gun locks available if members of the community need them. I believe the lobby is closed right now, but if they contact the police department, they should be able to coordinate to get one.
That's good information. Trustee Alcala, anything?
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. 3 years ago, when I was board president, I did write a very strong piece on guns in our schools. So I'm really glad to see the board's, now on board with this as well. And I really want to encourage us to do a resolution and get that information out there. I think it's so important for everyone to be aware of the points that you made, everything from the suicides to the mass shootings that take place and, what guns have, done, in the school setting. So I think that would be fantastic if we did send that information out and made parents aware of it. Thank you.
Well, I want to echo some of the comments that were previously made because, for me, I've had more than my fair share of experiences with unsecured firearms in my youth. And coming up, my good friend of mine was killed by a friend whose house he went over to play with one day after school. And that was, it's funny, that was 30 years ago, 35 years ago when that happened, 30 years ago. And it was just at a friend's house. He went to a guy's house that we knew, and his father had some shotguns in his house, and my friend told him. He went into the closet, picked it up, and was showing him the gun, and he told him, "Dude, don't point that gun at me. Put it down." And about 2 seconds later, he had a bullet between his eyes. And I have a cousin that was a victim when he was probably my daughter's age, 6 or 7 years old. He was at his neighbor's house playing with the neighbor kid and another kid in the house. And the youngster found the gun in the closet. And by the grace of God for my cousin, but unfortunately for the other kid that he was playing with that was about 6 inches away from him, he was shot and killed. And so it's very important because it's just one of those things that we don't think about until it impacts you. And a lot of times by that time it's too late. When just a little bit of being proactive, planning, because no one ever buys a gun, particularly in that situation, with the expectation or the thought that that something like that's going to happen to them. No one ever does that. But and I think that's why people are so cavalier about how they store and how they keep them. So I think it's very, very important, and I appreciate the fact that the information that you shared, because I'll be honest with you, I had no idea that we had that now as an educator, that you have to actually have the ability to be able to have that, to do something like that. And I think that's something that's very important for our teachers and the folks at our schools to know that is something that they have the ability to be able to do. So thank you for that. This is good, because there's a lot of good information that's out there that people need to become aware of, because like I told my kids in my class the other day, when you know better, you do better. And if people know, then we can raise the level of expectation. So thank you for the presentation, ladies. I really do appreciate it. I likewise am very excited to see a parent university on this as well. So thank you very much.
Can I add one more kind of follow-up to make sure that every registration per the request that we include this information in our registration packets?
Oh, yeah.
It's just as, in addition to changing mother, father to parent 1 and parent 2. That I've been asking for 4 years.
That's a good one.
Yes, we will add that in there.
So make sure it's parent 1 and parent 2. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
As well as this part of registration.
Just so you know, Jackie, I've changed that. That was something that was brought to my attention too, and I no longer refer to my kids' parents as mom and dad. I now refer to them as the child's adult.
Slowly but surely.
Is your adult at home? Because it's not always mom and dad. So
yep.
All right.
It's your parent. Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ladies. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. And
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. N3, California School Employee Association Review Chapter 168, election to participate in the Calpers Health Plan, effective January 1st, 2021. Interim Assistant Superintendent, Norma Gonzalez.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I have the earbuds on. Good evening, President Jackson, trustees, Superintendent Luna, community, and colleagues. Definitely want to present some information with regard to several months of hard work from members of the Benefit Committee. Benefit Committee is comprised of both certificated and classified and management. and confidential. So there's several members that are part of the benefit committee. And Essence, if we could stroll in, but I'm not sure. We did invite a guest this evening. Her name is Shannon McKayan from Calpers. She's one of the one that we've been working really closely with. She's our Calpers Health Program consultant. And as I mentioned, I wanted to thank the committee on that. But just to give you a little context of this presentation, and Yorgos, if you could scroll over to the next slide, please. Yeah. So the committee is not a new committee. Every year, as mentioned, the administration, CSEA, and also WSTA participate in this committee. The former CDO and myself, or HR, would facilitate that. And then this last year, or a year and a half since I've been here, we've been having a lot of discussions about the benefit plan. But as it pertains to the 2021 benefit year, we met, as mentioned, multiple times, but on February 11th is when we actually buckled down and developed a strategic planning meeting to explore and look at different options for the upcoming year. And as it pertains, because currently both CSEA and also WSTA management and also confidential employees are under the same plan as the certificated group, or WSTA. So as mentioned, the committee met 6 times this year to review annual renewals from incumbent carriers for medical, dental, and vision plans. The committee also reviewed renewal rate information, requested marketing proposals from other insurance brokers. So we spent a significant amount of time doing some deep dive. And it's not just a matter of looking at rates, it's also looking at the benefit levels within those plans and those. So even though you might see Kaiser offers a multitude of different types of plans within them. So that, as mentioned, there's a lot of work that goes behind all of that. And another piece that drives the rates, and I won't get too much into the weeds because it is a little late, is we look at the utilization as well. So a little bit more on that in an upcoming slide. Let's see here. So yeah, as we talked about in the next slide. Let's see here. Oh, I beg your pardon, Yorgos. The slide before. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so what occurred during this analysis is that members of WSTA and the management confidential determined that the Calpers rates after the district contribution, because that's another factor in the decision-making process, that the existing plans and the group will remain in the Keenan Associates under the broker that we currently have, that we've had in place for multiple years. But they're going to stay status quo for the 2021 school year. I'm sorry, not school year, effective January 1st of 2021 for the calendar year. And then, yeah, the next slide. While the rates are comparable between Keenan Associates and Calpers, the leadership of CSEA conducted a survey of their members and their interest in their medical plans. And CSEA did notify the district based on the survey outcome that they definitely want to merge over or migrate over their medical plans under the Calpers health plan. The dental and vision, we are collectively under one plan, so we will maintain status quo for dental, vision, and the other ancillary smaller benefit packages. So now we could talk a little bit about the rates. I have a little bit of information. I won't, again, get too much into the weeds, but after looking at the total district costs, it's approximate for Kaiser, it's a little over $2 million a year, and about a little over 700,000. So the total estimated cost for Calpers is about a little under 3 million. The estimated admin fee is 0.25%. So it comes out to $6,949.20. And again, that is an estimate. So with the current, and I want to highlight that the broker fee is $83,000. Keenan covers a whole bunch of other plans we are looking at getting at a modified rate with the pending departure of classified. So when this comes back next week, in 2 weeks, that amount will change. And it does appear significant because again, they are our broker for the dental, vision, and also medical. So they are aware of the intent of CSEA to shift over. So that would help with some of the costs and that would reduce that amount. The amount that's listed here says there's an estimated annual cost saving, which is always great. For 2021, I do need to highlight that, I need to bring to your attention, and it's listed there in red, that the Calpers admin fee for the early retirees and also the post-65 retirees are not included in this amount. We do have, the district does make contribution to about 30-ish retirees. So I didn't calculate that because if you look at, actually I don't think it's in the slide, but the district will, Calpers may require all past classified retirees will be contacted for them an opportunity to enroll in the Calpers district plan. So that part is a little soft. I don't have that number. And I have been working with Shannon. She has provided me a list of our Calpers classified retirees. So more to come on that. And then the next table does show the comparison. And I can highlight the highlighted part is the current plan, which is the first rows and the rates. And the district pays the same amount for employee, employee plus one, and employee plus two plus dependents. So you could see that it is a savings for our classified employees for the migration to Calpers. Comes out to about a savings. The employee only wouldn't experience any change other than the actual rollover to a different Kaiser under Calpers. But in essence, the employee plus one would experience a savings of about $67. And the family or employee plus two plus dependents would pocket about $319 of savings. For those that are under the Western Health Advantage, they also would experience a savings except for the employee plus one, which would be an out-of-pocket more of about $20. So it's not significant, but again, knowing, and I don't share the numbers of employees that are in those respective groups and categories for their privacy. But we take the deep dive and we know exactly who is on which tier. So the next slide. So just a little bit about Calpers. They have been they formed back in 1962. Myers-Gibbs Hospital Care Act for state employees in 1967. Public agencies, schools, and special districts participated in the program. 1978, Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act, which is known as PEMCA. And then today, Calpers is the largest public health benefits provider in California. And the next slide gives us a little bit of distribution. There are 59% of state and CSU members that are participants of the 1.5 million covered lives in the Calpers health plan. 27% of those are public agency members, and then 14%, and pending your approval, would shift that for a little bit, maybe a little nudge over 14%. So the next slide does break down the region. Washington Unified falls under Region 1, but that is how the costs of the plans are calculated or based on, I should say. They reflect the cost of the care. And it's broken up by 3 different regions, and we're in the top tier, which is the purple. So as far as advantages to the employer, rates are based on regions. And then there's a low administrative fee. I mentioned a moment ago that it's a 1/4%. So it is a cost savings. And one thing that's noteworthy is 100% participation is not required. I have experienced in other districts that some JPAs or joint powers of authority require 100% participation. And the reason why they like to do that is so that the more contributors or more participants drives down the cost of the plan. But then there's also other factors that you have to look at, which would be the utilization. And it could get very into the weeds. And Shannon, I'm sure, can answer any technical questions if you have any. And I can too, to the best of my knowledge. I know it is kind of getting a little late. Calpers is the largest risk pool for rate negotiation, and no dual or split enrollment is permitted. As far as the advantages for the employee, access protection, the live work rule, that piece is noteworthy. So in other words, if someone lives outside of a Kaiser network, the district would also be an applicable address in which an employee can participate utilizing the work rule, which has pros and cons, because obviously if you're needing medical attention, oftentimes it's usually where you live. But we're fortunate in the sense that there are several Kaiser facilities throughout the northern area. The employer contribution, the district does provide, obviously, an employer contribution coverage on the first of the month. And pending board approval, we are looking at and it's a very accelerated implementation post October 22nd, but it is doable, and worldwide coverage. And then the list that, the slide that is up now does show all of the plans that are not all, those are all Kaiser plans. Some of those do not pertain to us in a school district. For example, PORAC, that's not one of them, but I'll list them real briefly. Blue Shield Trio HMO, Blue Shield Access HMO, Anthem Blue Cross Traditional HMO, Anthem Blue Cross Select HMO, United Healthcare HMO, PERS Choice PPO, PERS Select PPO, and PERS Care PPO. So a lot of several options for employees, classified employees, to select from. And I'm not sure if there was, yeah. So by way of process, we have contacted Calpers based on this, the committee, early September, and Shannon has been our point of contact from the very beginning and has been a wealth of resources and information for both CSEA as well as the district. We've had some multiple meetings and discussions already. And obtain a resolution as the next step, which we've received. We're at actually step 3 by coming to you with information, no decision this evening, but we will bring the resolutions to you next at the next board meeting. And then of course, the ball will get rolling very fast and furious after the board does, if you do approve this proposal. So these are the 3 items that will be coming forth and then at the next board meeting. There's 2 resolutions. One would be of course, the participation into Calpers. The second one would be the coverage for our retirees, better known as annuitants, as is phrased or referenced in the Calpers health program. And then the MOU with CSEA of the intent to migrate over to Calpers, including the benefits for our classified retirees. So again, this is information this evening, and it will be brought forth as action on October 22nd. And if you have any questions, we're welcome to receive them now. And Shannon, I don't know if I see your name. I'm not sure if you're still there. It's been a long night, so thank you for attending this meeting.
All right, thank you for that. Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah, thank you. Assistant Superintendent Gonzalez, so it looked like on one of the slides, the rates to the employee for nearly all of the Calpers options that were shown were cheaper than the rates that Keenan was providing. Is that correct?
That is correct, except for one tier, which was the employee plus one under Western Health Advantage. So it was a $20, it'll be a $20, approximately $20 increase.
Difference.
But then there's options in which they can choose.
Okay.
From.
So essentially, since the healthcare premium comes out of the check from the employee without having to pay, it comes off the top, right? So this money, the cheaper premium will go into the employee's salary as a savings to them. Is that correct?
So the cost is the cost. The district makes the contribution. So yes, that is correct. Yeah, I just needed to process that. Yeah.
So this could be a savings to the employee, which they will feel more money in their check.
That is correct.
Okay, that's
and these are pre-tax deductions. So
right, exactly.
Yeah, so that's another piece too. It's not like they're going to see that exact same amount into their, because it is pre-tax. Then what that'll mean is their taxable earnings will increase. So it's not going to be a straight across $300. There's a lot, and of course that's all determined on what their tax withholdings are. So even though it shows straight across the deduction and the savings, it's going to look different for every employee.
Sure. No, and I totally get that.
Yeah.
And I can appreciate why they would want to make this move as healthcare costs go up, across the board. I can certainly understand why you would want to go with the largest provider in the state of of health benefits. So I think this is great for our CSEA employees as well as the district for the cost savings to us. I thought $83,000 for fees for administration costs seemed a bit up there.
It's significant as a whole. And again, it covers our dental, our vision, our EAP, which is our employee assistance plan, and the life insurance. So it's a package. So it does seem like a lot. They are going to modify it. I don't anticipate a large reduction, because if you notice, it's the administration fee for Calpers is about a little under 7,000. So I don't know what it'll look like. I have sought their proposal, and I'm still getting that number. I don't have it as of yet. Otherwise I would have included that. But again, that's the whole fee. And that's why it just seems very contrasting, but I just wanted to make note of that.
Yeah, congratulations to CSEA on making a move to Calpers. I think that's pretty wise decision.
All right, Clerk Kerber, your thoughts, anything? Okay, Trustee Wong.
No, I appreciate the presentation, and it sounds like a really great move. And I think earlier on, President Gandara had said that was something they were supportive of. So thank you for working 2 jobs. I know that we kind of threw your contract last time, so it feels like you're still holding a lot of responsibility and everything.
It's my pleasure.
Appreciate everything that you're doing. Are you about to sing?
It's teamwork. They give me grace. Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to the members that classify. It's like I said, Daniel Gandara, he's a very key player. David Ballestero, Tiffany Pelkin, Nelson Pelkey, I'm sorry, Tammy Vito, who's in payroll, and Kylie Lane, the director. We've been having a lot of conversations. Eileen Flores as well. So a lot of people involved in this process. So there's no I in team, like they say.
Great. Just want to acknowledge your hard work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Norma, I was going to say the same thing. Thank you so much for all that work. And thank you to everyone who's cooperating and collaborating to make this happen.
Yeah. I'll make mine quick because I know we're going to need to extend here in a second, but I actually think it's a fantastic move. I've been a proponent of this since I got on the board. I think it's something that all of our bargaining units should do, in my personal opinion. But just for clarification, did I hear that right? That the administrative fee for CalPERS is $7,000 and the administrative fees for Keenan is $83,000. Is that right? Did I hear that right?
You did, but I'll repeat that the 83, although it seems very high, they also cover, that's the whole district. And
Right.
it also covers our dental, our
Right.
vision, our EAP. I mean, we really utilize their services and very much appreciate it because that's not the workers' comp, that's a separate account.
Right.
But it is correct. That is the full cost of the broker fee for the whole district and all those plans that are under that umbrella.
Yeah, I mean, personally, like I know, yeah, I know. Not yet. I just got a minute. I'm looking at my computer. All right, my phone does say 10 o'clock. Okay. Actually, actually, it's 10 o'clock. So we need to have a motion to extend.
So moved.
All right. Do we have a second?
I second.
Reluctantly.
I was going to say, all right, then we can just end the meeting right now. All right. So roll call vote. Trustee Alcala.
Okay.
Okay. Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Posada.
Aye.
All right. I vote aye too. We'll go ahead and extend. But no, like I said, I think if anytime if we can provide, I mean, and I know the benefit structure in this district is different than in most, where the district does not pay for the full coverage, all of our employees' benefits. So anytime we can get our employees more coverage for less money, I think we need to take advantage of it. I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. I wish WSTA would get on board with that because I think it would be a huge savings for them and their members as well. So I'm glad to see that CSCA did that. The fact that we can now get some of our non-full-time employees fully covered for almost no money out of their pocket, that's a huge win in my book. So hats off to everybody for making this move. I think it's a great decision.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, board and superintendent comment. Superintendent Luna.
Good evening. I will make my comments very brief. I wrote them out, so I want to make sure that I am brief on this. First, I do want to thank wholeheartedly the Benefits Committee. They have spent a lot of hours on this, and I know it wasn't just this year that it started. It started last year too, because there were lessons learned from last year's Benefits Committee. And I'm really glad for the outcome because our employees are glad also, and it's going to benefit them as well. So I want to just thank them for all their work and analyzing of options and all their efforts. So thank you. I want to also thank our students, really our parents, allowing the students and our staff for engaging in our Spirit Week this week. It was really cute seeing all the kids trying to connect to their teachers and to their administration through the Spirit days this week. So I just want to give a shout out to the parents for letting our kids engage in that, and also our staff for encouraging them, though we do have to have some interventions specifically for the correct baseball teams to be represented during Spirit Week. All that said, I just want to also.
Oh, A's.
Oh, yikes. So I just wanted to also mention to the board that next week, River City High School will be going through their WASC visitation, which of course is a very different kind of visit in a virtual setting. But this evening you heard that their WASC coordinator is Melissa Baldwin, and being a WASC coordinator on top of your teaching duties is like having two different jobs and two full-time jobs during the WASC process and preparation period. So I'm looking forward to celebrating all that River City does through this WASC visit, and just looking to see where they're going to be focusing in the next few years. My last comment is almost reiterating a little bit of my closing statements for our return to school, because they're important. We can't say enough that we do have to remind ourselves that we are not in regular school setting, and we shouldn't try to be. What we should put all our efforts towards is revising and creating what we know into this kind of environment. And that's not an easy thing to do. If we think about our time frame, 7 months ago, we closed schools. I mean, it would be next week, it would be 7 months. And it's only been 2 months that we started our school year in a completely virtual environment, which we never, ever would have imagined school to be. So that said, when we start going into these steps of determining small cohorts of students, it is going to continue to change our whole being. Parents, it will change your home. It will change our students. They've just learned and are in a pattern, in a schedule of what virtual learning is. And then we're going to shift now into a different schedule for small groups at a time. And those are not to be taken lightly. And I know that my colleague Doug Knapp and I share the same comments of, a little grace and kindness does go a long way. And we all get real sensitive. And when we're tired, we're raw. And everybody has made that point of rawness and tiredness and exhaustion during this COVID-19 time in every position possible, as a parent, as a leader, as a board member, all of us, community members, we have all been affected in some manner in our emotions and how we are trying to make this work. So I want to thank our parents particularly, because you trust us. You do have a lot of questions, and it's okay to ask them because we want to answer those questions. But I want to thank you for your patience with us, for not giving up on us, for staying with Washington Unified, because I promise you, it's not any better in any other school, whether it's private, parochial, or another public LEA. We are the community. We make the community. So everything that we do to work together in that just makes us better altogether. So I want to thank our parents for that. And that'll be the end of my comments. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Superintendent Luna. Trustee Alcala.
I'm going to reserve my comments for our next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wong.
I have a long list. I know it's after 10, but I want to first congratulate everybody who was nominated and for the YOLO Excellence Awards, and really thank you, Superintendent Luna, for nominating myself and Clerk Kirby Gonzalez for the equity work that we engaged in. But I really actually want to share that honor with the rest of the board, right? Who kind of went down this road with us. And I say this over and over. I am so grateful to serve with this board, everybody who's on it. And I know that right now during the pandemic, we need consistency in leadership and commitment. And every single one of us is here for the families and kids, and hoping it stays that way for a bit. And so with that said, with this focus on equity and governance, I was able to participate with YCSBA. Oh, I always mess that up. Governance and equity, along with Vice President Pizzotti and a few other folks. And I think we had a significant number, I want to say over 20, maybe even 30 folks who all around the county who participated in this kind of deep discussion about equity and what it meant to govern. And so I was really excited about that. Nicole did a really, really great job of engaging people. And some folks just never, I don't think they actually had gotten exposed to that type of conversation before. So really grateful that we led with that, and YCSBA hosted that. So hoping that will kind of yield fruit in future years. So thank you for all those who were able to participate. I was able to also participate in the Youth Education Summit with Jesse Salinas. And that's always a really great experience. It was different virtual this year, but the kids, man, they take you to task. They ask you really hard questions about social justice and equity and all these things. And it gave me so much hope about our future, right? About what our kids see, what our kids want, our students, I shouldn't say kids, because some of them are going to be graduating high school soon and voting and being active members of society. Want to thank River City, on that note, want to thank River City High School and the Social Science Department on the registration drive that they've hosted this week. So really creative virtual registration drive. That means a lot to folks and young people. I'm glad that kids can register at the age of 16. Another thing that I wanted to update on is I wanted to thank Superintendent Luna for following up on Westfield's the question from Westfield community members about the security cameras. I know that we approved it and that they are first in line. We just need to take it out to bid. So really appreciate you kind of just giving us all the answer. I'm also excited that community members also have been talking to Principal Koch about a freezer, which is, I guess, a freezer or refrigerator full of fresh foods to address food insecurity on campus as a possibility for some of the families to get fresh food on campuses. And lastly, we were, Vice President Pizzotti and I were able to have our city school 2x2 meeting about the reopening of schools. And we said, well, we haven't had a discussion. So, we went through the tiers a little bit, had a conversation, but at the heart of it was childcare, right? Like in whatever form that we actually open up in, we need to kind of be really thoughtful together as a city and a district about how to address the need of parents and families, but also kind of we also went down the road of asking about the provider need, right? So what we had learned, but there are some providers who are actually opening up their facilities to older age kids, so possibly kinder age kids. And so what is the business needs? What is the small business needs? Well, we didn't go down the road of subsidy, but because the 2x2 is a policy higher level conversation, is like, okay, if there is a family community, but and there is capacity in certain small businesses, being these small childcare centers, what would they need to actually operate and meet some of those gaps? And then we also spoke about the internet access that Clerk Kirby Gonzalez wanted us to ask about, and we were very clear that we had always had a plan of going one-to-one devices. COVID just kind of sped that up. So we weren't necessarily reacting to COVID per se, but we actually already had it in the plans for all of our students to have Chromebooks at home. But as we learned really quickly, the infrastructure issue in West Sacramento has been a challenge. And so I know that both staff from Washington Unified and the city will kind of take a look at that. I mean, the truth is, I think it's a longer term project. And I think the city manager was very clear that it's a project that should be actually taken up by the next superintendent, because it's just not going to have a full kind of conversation in the next few months that we have Superintendent Luna. And I'm sure Vice President Pizzotti will fill in where in certain points that I may have missed. But again, as we're thinking about hybrid models and as we are moving through tiers, it's not just about us reopening, it's about businesses reopening and people having to go back to work, right? What happens with that need, hence the childcare conversation. And so we're just, we're a big piece of it, but again, as it's safer and safer for business to open, offices to open, people are gonna need to go back, not just essential workers, everybody. And so those are things that we just have to kind of take on balance, really sharing with the city that, okay, they had brought up, private schools and charter schools opening, and we said the same thing. Our capacity is different. We have 7,800 students versus a couple hundred or 1,000 kids. So we just need to be kind of slow to go fast or just slow to go slow. So we'll figure that out as we move along. So that's it for me. Those are my board comments.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you for that update. That's helpful. I wanted to share, President Jackson and I attended the county 2x2 meeting, And there is some exciting news about some grants that they have received, Mental Health Services Act grant. There's another one as well. So they have a few different funding sources now to bring in extra money. The MSSA, the MMSA, which is the Mental Health Service Act, is about $1 million over the course of 4 years. And so they have some really exciting pieces going forward here. This is very much about being localized in terms of local need. And so Washington Unified will be represented there to say, what do we need in our district for our piece of those funds? Because it might look different than what Davis needs or what Woodland needs. And so we talked about that a little bit in terms of that discussion, but lots of exciting things to come. In the process, while we wait for those monies to move forward, they have extended Victor services that we use now through, I believe, December. Yes, through December. And then a piece that we talked about was that we had wanted to know about was the suicide calls and hospitalization, which we have gotten those hospitalization numbers before. They didn't have it for us ready. They said they will come back to us with it. They said that there is it's hard to get information on the calls because many of our teams are using apps and texts. There's a lot of great supports out there now. And so they might be using a text line that maybe doesn't communicate with the county. And so we talked about some of the challenges there, making sure that we can make sure that we identify our need and that we have those conversations so that we are reaching our kids that need us. And what they did share with us that I thought was very surprising and unexpected, to be honest, we knew that there were less calls to CPS that had come up in the past. But with that, we have our mental health right now in Yolo County is underutilized. And to the point of even in our schools, some of the groups that they were doing, student support groups, say Victor Services was doing, when schools closed, some of the families said, okay, we no longer need that. Maybe they're busy juggling whatever's going on in their life because the student's not physically at school to get that service. And so how do we now reconnect them? I was shocked to hear it was underutilized because I think we all know that we've seen anxiety and all of these other things going up right now. So we talked about how there can be a very simple hub to share. How do you get your resources? Maybe I have Kaiser. What does that look like for me if I need mental health? Maybe you have a different plan. And what is everything? Just put it all out in one spot so people can go through and easily access the different points. I think it's critical, and I think that there should be no reason that we can't meet the need right now because it's here. We all feel it, you know. So working to get the word out to meet the needs for our families. So to be continued though about the suicide rate, we will get that to you as soon as it comes to us. Our next meeting is in January, so I'm hoping we have a written update on that soon. And then the flu clinic, they are going to do a free flu clinic here. I feel like we should say, raise your hand if you got your flu shot. I know some of you have already done it. So there will be a free flu shot here. Oh,
that's a HIPAA violation. I'm just joking.
Well,
I'm just joking.
Yourself. You don't have to, but you're welcome to share if you did and wanted to. But as we think about that will help us, right? In terms of course, we can't force it. Nobody's forced to do anything, but it will help us as we go into this season. And so I was glad to know that they are offered for free, easy, maybe with just a few bribes. And so now moving on to the next piece, I think I did hear and I know we all did, the call about the community service requirement. I am a very big proponent of community service. My fifth graders right now are presenting what their proposals that they have put together for community service. It is a requirement, but man, it becomes a passion. And we're talking about how are we going to do this in the world of COVID. And so I'm a huge proponent of it, but I also think that given the circumstances and the time, it is an important time to evaluate the requirement right now. And so I do hope that staff will look at that so that it is not a barrier, because it is hard, right? Normally my students would go to the SPCA or we there's things that we could do that we cannot do right now in our community service. So I think that that's an important thing to discuss and to look at, to be fair for our students if it is a burden right now, which I can understand it would be. And then I will, I think, end with the piece right now that we've shared a lot about opening, and I don't want to be redundant. So I will just remind our community, we heard loud and clear, masks and social distancing when possible. And when you're out and about, go and have, go to the park with your kids and let them play, but be safe, wear a mask if you can, or distance, and be safe when you're out at events, because we're doing a great job as a community in terms of our numbers are getting better, moving to a better tier, but we want to keep that momentum going. And so that is, I think, the ask that we can make every time that we are here together. Thank you.
Vice President Posada.
Yeah, thank you. I want to first say thank you to Brian Vaughn for coming out and giving that presentation. That was very helpful. And it was kind of eye-opening on certain aspects of what can and cannot be done. Especially once you're in a tier, you can open and then may not have to close if the tiers somehow got worse. It was just fascinating, and I appreciated his insight on that. So I just wanted to say thank you to Brian for coming out and giving us a bit of information. Trustee Wong covered pretty much everything in the 2x2, and I want to say thank you for that. I left my notes at the office, and I've been in jury duty all week, so I wasn't able to grab the majority of my notes. But as she said, a lot of the discussion was talked about in the form of childcare. And since as we move from purple to red and to potentially orange in the near future, that means businesses will open up, and maybe fewer parents will be able to stay home. They may be asked back to work. I'm already back at work myself, so I can understand what kind of anxiety that's going to leave for parents as they run into childcare concerns. And that was something we talked about as well. Especially, we started talking about facilities and space and potentially third-party vendors and things like that, and where can these vendors find the space to provide the services that are going to be needed to take care of more kids that are needing childcare. So that was a big portion of the discussion. I wanted to congratulate also our nominees for the Yolo County Education Excellence in Education Award winners. And I wanted to congratulate not only the classified and certificated staff, but I really wanted to congratulate my board colleagues, because it's not often that we get a chance as board members to congratulate each other. We say thank you to each other, but congratulations. You've really kind of brought the equity training home to us and kind of led the charge and really been a driver of this movement, and you've really helped us. And I'm so glad, as Trustee Wong said, I'm so glad that this board, all of us are on the same page, and this consistency and the stability in our message and our drive is really, I think it's important, and especially in a time like now. But I think it's very telling that we are all on the same page on this particular issue, and it's something that we will continue to work towards. This discussion never ends. It's always ongoing, and it's work that we will always continue to do, which kind of segues into the YCSB, YCS Yolo County School Boards Association. equity discussion led by Nicole Anderson. And I want to say that it was building on what we've already done in our equity discussions. But it was nice to see our other school board members, other superintendents from Yolo County, hearing and listening to something that we've kind of already started the process of doing. And it was what I felt what was kind of gratifying about the whole thing is Nicole actually referenced Washington Unified quite a few times on, hey, these guys are already there. They're making the move, right? So, we really can say we are becoming a leader in Yolo County on equity. And that is something that I'm very proud of. And I'm proud of all of my board member colleagues about, as well as our administration and staff on being leaders in equity in this entire community. So I just wanted to say, it was very gratifying to hear Nicole reference us, but I'm quite certain that that's not going to be the last time we're going to see her, because we're going to continue this discussion and have the hard conversations that need to be had, and so I think this is something that's very positive, and I look forward to carrying on. Let's see. I think that is about it. Like I said, I've been in jury duty all week, which is fascinating. I've always wanted to be on a jury and have never been selected. I always get bounced for one reason or the other. But I'm finding it super fascinating watching our judicial system work. So anyway, with that, I'm going to say that's it.
All right, I'll try and keep mine as brief as possible. And I'll start off by saying that, it's people wonder why. It's funny because people who watch education from the outside think that, oh, teachers are this and teachers are that and what have you. Without really seeing, I don't think they get why most people become teachers and why most people dedicate their lives to educating our youth. Because it's for a lot of them, it's a passion, it's a calling, it's something that we feel that we are meant to do. And when you feel like that, and you feel as though you are not able to do what you love doing in your best capacity, it's painful. And I think we heard that pain tonight. And, but I hope our teachers understand that, that just because you're not able to do things the way that you normally would do, doesn't mean that you're not good at what you're doing. Because I see it every single day. I see it every single morning when my daughters get on their meetings with their teachers. And for my daughter's kindergarten teacher to keep her engaged for the period of time that she has to keep her engaged, it's amazing. When I hear my little 6-year-old hollering out answers to questions and stuff that her teacher's asking her, she's doing good. Is it the way that she would like to be doing? No. But for what she's doing a hell of a job. And just because we're not able to do things the way that we normally would, don't take away from the fact that what you're doing is as though it's not being effective, because it is. You're still impacting our families. You're still impacting our children. Is it difficult? Yeah. Is the way that we want things to be done? No. But it doesn't mean that you're not good at what you do. And I think it's important to realize that. I think sometimes as teachers, we're some of our worst critics. we're harder on ourselves because we know that we can perform at a certain standard. And if something happens where it kind of knocks us down, regardless of what it is, we feel as though we internalize and we feel like it's our fault. And everything that's going on right now is not any of our faults. So I hear the pain and the frustration that, you know, that Amanda was speaking with earlier tonight. And I get it. Believe me, I get it. I get it every single morning when I log on to my doggone Zoom meetings, and I have, out of a class of 41 kids, I have one kid that has a camera on. And I'm literally talking to a screen full of black boxes with white names on it. That is a daily occurrence in my world. So I get it. It's not fun. And I understand, believe me, I do. And so, but at the same time, I try, as long, because it's like I tell my kids, when you walk, if you can walk away from whatever it is you're doing, I don't care if it's on an athletic field or what have you, and you walk away and you know what? I did the absolute best that I could possibly do today. Nobody can ask any more from you than that. And I know that's what we're getting from our teachers because I see it every single day. You know, and so while I understand and I appreciate the frustrations and stuff like that, you are doing good. Because if you weren't, we'd be hearing about it. And if we weren't, believe me, I would say so. Believe me. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying teachers who are working extremely hard to provide our kids with the absolute best education they possibly can under the situations and under the cards they've been dealt. And you guys are doing a hell of a job with it. So don't ever doubt that for 1 second. Because you are. May not be the way that you would like to be doing it, but for what you're doing a hell of a job. And don't let anybody take that away from you. And don't you think that you're not doing a good job because you're not doing it the way that you normally would do it. Because none of us are. And so I understand it, and I get that. And I just want to echo the comments that Clerk Kerman-Gonzalez made earlier about the community service requirement. I mean, I know last year, Trustee Wog and I, we fought very hard to make sure that that thing was going to be done and be done right in a way that the kids were going to be able to get something out of it. But I absolutely agree with the comments that were made earlier tonight that all things considered, I honestly don't see the purpose of it this year. I really don't. I don't see how we can expect our kids to get any tangible benefit out of maintaining that standard for them for this year, considering everything else that's going on. And I think we should do whatever it is that we need to do to make sure that, you know, we can at least, hey, take this off of their plate so that's something else, one less thing that they have to worry about. I think that's really important. And after going to with the county 2x2, it was very good to hear a lot of the things that they have planned and are getting ready to roll out as far as our mental health services. I know that's because it's definitely needed. And I appreciate Clerk Kerman-Gonzalez for bringing up them at the meeting, the fact that, hey, we need to have an easy portal or hub or one place where folks can go to find out information if they need help, so they're not having to bounce around in different places. Because I think that's important, because when you need help, the last thing you want to do is have to try and find where you need to go. If we can provide our families with a place that, hey, this is where you need to go, and everything, all the resources are right there for them, I think that would be an absolute great thing. So with that, I'll end my comments there, and we'll go ahead and move on to our consent agenda for this evening. Are there any changes to tonight's consent agenda?
No,
If
I move.
not, thank you, Trustee Wong. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Clerk Kerman-Gonzalez. Roll call vote. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kerman-Gonzalez.
Aye. Aye. Sorry.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
All right, and I too vote aye. Tonight's consent agenda is approved. We have one action item, Q1, adoption of resolution number 2021-10, sufficiency of instruction materials, Williams Act. Assistant Superintendent Stan Moisich.
Thank you again, President Jackson and all the trustees of the board. Just to kind of review, that 4 of our schools participated in the Williams Instructional Materials Review. That includes Elkhorn Village, Riverbank, Stonegate, and Westfield Village. The principals of these sites provided written verification, assuring that at all 4 schools visited, there are no insufficiencies that were found. And tonight we request approval of the resolution regarding sufficiency of instructional materials.
All right. Going through my stuff, I don't see the resolution in my packet, unless I'm overlooking it.
There's an attachment on agenda online, President Jackson.
Oh, that's why I'm not on there.
Would you like me to read it?
Would you please? Because
Okay.
I forgot my agenda online password.
Okay. Resolution 2021-10 on sufficiency of textbooks or instructional materials. Whereas the governing board of the Washington Unified School District, in order to comply with the requirements of Education Code 60119, held a public hearing on October 8th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m., which is on or before the 8th week of school between the first day that students attend school and the end of the 8th week from that day, and which did not take place during or immediately following the school hours. And whereas the board provided at least 10 days notice of the public hearing by posting it in at least 3 public places within the district, stating the time, place, and purpose of the hearing. And whereas the board encouraged participation by parents, guardians, teachers, and members of the community and bargaining unit leaders in the public hearing. And whereas information provided at the public hearing detailed the extent to which textbooks and instructional materials were provided to all students, including English learners in the Washington Unified School District. And whereas the definition of sufficient textbooks or instructional materials means that each student, including English learners, has a textbook or instructional materials or both to use in class and to take home. And whereas between the 2008-09 through 2020-21 fiscal years, the definition of sufficient textbooks or instructional materials also means that all students who are enrolled in the same course within the Washington Unified School District have standards aligned textbooks or instructional material from the same adoption cycle. And finding of sufficient instructional materials, whereas sufficient textbooks and instructional materials were provided to each student, including English learners, and are aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with the cycles and content of the curriculum frameworks in the following subjects: mathematics, K-5, Houghton Mifflin, California Go Math 2015, 6-8 CPM Core Connections courses 1 through 3, 2013, 9-12 Carnegie Learning Integrated Mathematics 1 through 3, 2012, Pearson Pre-Calculus 7th edition, 2016, Holt AP edition Calculus 10th edition, 2013, Larson Math NU 2013, Science, K-5 Scott Forsman Science 2008, 6-8 Amplify Science 2018, 9-12 Pearson Science 2019, History Social Science, K-5 Hardcore Breaks Reflections 2006, 6-8 TCI Teachers Curriculum Institute 2017, 9-12 Pearson Social Studies Series 2019, Pearson AP Social Studies Series 2016, English Language Arts, including English Language Development Components, K-5 McGraw-Hill Wonders 2016, 6 through 11 McGraw-Hill Study Sync 2016, 9-12 Bedford Freeman and Word Literature and Language of Composition 2019, ERWC 2018, whereas sufficient textbooks or instructional materials were provided to each student enrolled in foreign language or health classes, and whereas laboratory science equipment was available for science laboratory classes offered in grades 9 through 12 inclusive. Therefore, it is resolved that 2020-2021 school year, the Washington Unified School District has provided each student with sufficient textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with the cycles and content of the curriculum frameworks. passed and adopted this 8th day of October 2020 at a meeting by the following votes. And that's a roll call vote. President Jackson.
I'll move.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Moved by Vice President Pizzotti, seconded by Trustee Alcala. All right, Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Resolution is approved.
Thank you.
All right. Board governance. Now we got a bunch of them. R1, approval of resolution number 2021-11, celebration of Filipino American Heritage Month.
President Jackson, we just want to remind our public that the board at the last board meeting had requested to have multiple resolutions front-loaded so that our staff could have these resolutions ahead of time and have some time to integrate the celebrations and the studies of the cultures and diversity into our regular studies. This particular resolution is in celebration of Filipino American Heritage Month for the month of October. I know in my hometown, Stockton, they celebrated Filipino American History Month by naming a brand new school after the first Filipino teacher in the district. So I'm glad that this is the first time of us adopting a resolution on celebration of Filipino American Heritage Month.
Great. And Trustee Wong, I believe you're going to read that one.
Sure.
Thank you.
Filipino American History Month, resolution number 2021-11. Whereas the celebration of Filipino American History Month in October commemorates the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the continental United States, which occurred on October 18, 1587, when Luzones Indios came ashore from the Spanish galleon Nuestra Senora de Esperanza and landed at what is now Morro Bay. And whereas providing an opportunity to examine Filipino American history and culture, Filipino American History Month highlights the achievements and contributions of Filipino Americans and the economic, cultural, social, and patriotic contributions they have made in countless ways towards the development of our state and our country. And whereas in light of the momentous historical events and current issues that affect Filipino Americans, the 2020 theme for Filipino American History Month is the history of Filipino American activism, which highlights the many ways Filipino Americans have participated in social justice movements, including the United Farm Workers Movement and the fight for ethnic studies. Go Carlos Bulusan. So that wasn't part of the resolution, by the way. Whereas this year, Filipino American History Month honors the history of Filipino American solidarity in their fight for equity and justice, and also brings to light advocacy of Filipino American healthcare workers who are actively protecting and fighting for lives every day during the global COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas it celebrates the cultural enrichments and historical contributions of Filipino Americans to our nation, the Washington Unified School District Board of Education calls upon schools and educators to observe the month of October with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs to bring awareness of the significant role Filipinos have played in American history. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board recognizes the month of October 2020 as Filipino American History Month in honor and recognition of the achievements and contributions of Filipino Americans throughout the United States of America. Roll call vote. President Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm sorry, my mind just went blank. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Don't we have to move it first?
Oh, yes, right.
Somebody has to move it.
God, Jesus.
I move.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. It must be getting late. All right. All right. I'm not starting over. All right. Vice President or Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
I too vote aye. All right. Perfect. All right. Next one is R2, approval of resolution number 2021-12, National Bullying Prevention Month. I can take this one. I still don't know my password, but I found I had it saved on my computer.
Yeah, President Jackson, if I may let the board know that I took the liberty of adding some changes to this particular resolution that we do each year. I noticed that the resolution is only for students. And I took the liberty of adding staff throughout the resolution, because if we are asking our students to practice these anti-bullying practices and behaviors of mutual respect, tolerance, and acceptance, and behavior towards each other, I thought it appropriate as adults that we also model that and live by the board policies that talk about bully prevention. So I took those liberties. I hope the board does not mind.
Not at all. Trustee Wong, since you bailed me out of the last two, I will go ahead and read this one. I appreciate it. All right. So National Bullying Prevention Month, resolution number 2021-12. Whereas the Washington Unified School District believes that all students have a right to a safe and healthy school environment, the district, schools, and West Sacramento community have an obligation to promote mutual respect, tolerance, and acceptance. Whereas the Washington Unified School District will not tolerate behavior that infringes on the safety of any student or staff. A student or staff member shall not intimidate, harass, or bully another student through words or actions. Such behavior includes direct physical contact, such as hitting or shoving, verbal assaults, such as teasing or name calling, and social isolation or manipulation. Whereas the Washington Unified School District expects students and staff to immediately report incidents of bullying to the principal or designee. Staff who witness such acts shall take immediate steps to intervene when safe to do so. Each complaint of bullying shall be promptly investigated. This policy applies to students and staff on school grounds while traveling to and from school or a school-sponsored activity, during the lunch period, whether on or off campus, and during a school or district-sponsored activity. Whereas to ensure bullying is prevented on school campuses, the Washington Unified School District will provide staff development training in bullying prevention and cultivate acceptance and understanding in all students and staff to build each school's capacity to maintain a safe and healthy learning environment. Whereas the district and staff shall discuss this policy with staff and students in age-appropriate ways and should assure them that they need not endure any form of bullying. Staff and students who bully are in violation of this policy and are subject to disciplinary action up to and including expulsion. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board recognizes the month of October 2020 as National Bullying Prevention Month by committing to focus on eliminating any form of bullying and providing safe, healthy learning environments for our staff and students at school, while online and in the community, and passed and adopted by Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 8th day of October 2020 by the following vote. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I said, don't everybody speak at once. Move on Vice President Pizzati. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Clerk Herbert Gonzalez. So Brad, Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
Clerk Herbert Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Resolution R2 is approved. R3, approval of resolution number 2021-13, National School Lunch Week.
President Jackson, if we could just take a minute to shout out our food services and nutrition staff who have been faithfully serving each day, even during school closure on March 13th. They are true heroes, and they're still serving today. They also serve during the summer, and they have added so many other stops to serve meals to our families that maybe to save time from having to walk to the campus to get their meals. So true heroes, and that's our Food Nutrition Services Department.
Yes, they rock. Those people are absolutely phenomenal. All right, I will read this. National School Lunch Week, resolution number 2021-13. Whereas the National School Lunch Program has served our nation admirably for 73 years through advanced practices and nutrition education, and Whereas the National School Lunch Program is dedicated to the health and well-being of our nation's children. And whereas the National School Lunch Program has been joined through the years by many other excellent child feeding programs, and there's evidence of continued need for nutrition education and awareness of the value of school nutrition programs. And whereas more than over 1.5 million school lunches and breakfasts are served annually to students throughout the Washington Unified School District, and whereas approximately 70% of Washington Unified School District students qualify for free or reduced lunch meals, which includes a national school lunch program. Whereas the Washington Unified School District Board of Education continues to recognize and takes great pleasure in commending the men and women who accept and meet the daily challenge of providing school lunch to our children. And therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board recognizes October 12th through 16th, 2020 as National School Lunch Week, passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 8th day of October, 2020 by the following vote.
In honor of my mother-in-law, who is a lunch lady, who retired as a lunch leader from a Bay Area school district, I move.
Thank you for that, Trustee Wong. Second by Vice President Pizzotti. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kerr-Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Resolution is approved. All right. R4, approval of resolution number 2021-14, California School Bus Safety Month.
And we'll take a
read
moment.
this.
Oh, I was just going to say, if we take a moment to celebrate our transportation department, who, even though they are not transporting students today, they have been working very hard throughout the closure time, running all of their drills, going through their trainings, even doing the sanitation, disinfection, and also helping at school sites. So thank you to the transportation department.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, resolution, California School Bus Safety Month, resolution number 2021-14. Whereas the Washington Unified School District Transportation Department delivers and transports students to and from school in school buses, and each bus driver, through their ability to make the drive a safe and secure one, plays an important role in the educational day of students by setting an example of professionalism and positive adult behavior. And whereas school bus drivers undergo extensive training in the classroom that cover important procedures, including state laws, defensive driving, student management, emergency evacuation drills, and school bus safety lessons. And the Washington Unified School District Transportation Department plays an important role in promoting and offering several driver training programs and workshops. And whereas school bus drivers must constantly stay alert, especially in traffic and bad weather, they must drive defensively in awareness of inattentive or disrespectful drivers. They must exercise particular caution when children are getting on or off the bus. They must maintain order on their bus and enforce schools' safety and student conduct standards. And they must accommodate the special needs of students. And whereas in 2019, the Washington Unified School District Transportation Department worked in close partnership with the Lion Electric Company and the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District to deploy the first 4 in a series of zero-emission electric school buses, significantly lowering the bus fleet's carbon footprint while increasing efficiency and safety. And whereas the award-winning Washington Unified School District Transportation Department employs over 20 bus drivers and maintains a fleet of approximately 30 buses that transport students to their respective schools, including special needs students, over tens of thousands of miles annually, and safely delivers them to their schools and homes. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board recognizes the month of October 2020 as California School Bus Safety Month, recognizing the excellent service to the staff and students of Washington Unified School District, passed and adopted by the Washington School District Board of Education on this 8th day of October 2020 by the following vote.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve?
I will move.
Second.
So moved. Second by Trustee Alcala. All right. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Resolution is passed. R5, approval of resolution 2021-15, week of the school administrator.
President Jackson, I would be remiss if I did not speak on behalf of the administration. Actually, I'm not speaking on behalf of them. I'm going to speak and represent some words that probably aren't said enough or are afraid to be said. And that is school administration is a calling. There is no timesheet of extra hours. It's just done. They're on the clock 24/7, including weekends, answering messages and emergencies. They're easy to be criticized because they don't belong to a union. And they are easy to be criticized because they have to have different responsibilities. In the description of this particular resolution, it talks about all of the different responsibilities that are not just the daily operations of a school, but the important partnerships and relationships of students, staff, families, and community members that weigh on the shoulders of each school administrator, as well as staying ahead to lead because people have questions and they deserve answers, and we don't always have them. We have great administration here. As I end my career after 37 years, I've seen a lot of administration. And I can tell you right now that I would take this group of administrators that we have in Washington Unified and take them anywhere I would go if I had to take an administrative team. This is one of the best I've ever worked with, and I'm honored to serve alongside such stellar people.
All right, I will read this. Whereas leadership matters for California's public education system and the 6.2 million students it serves. Whereas school administrators are dedicated, passionate, lifelong learners who believe in the value of quality public education. And whereas most school administrators began their careers serving students as teachers and counselors. Most California superintendents have served in various school administration positions for more than 20 years. Such experience is beneficial in their work to effectively and efficiently lead public education and improve student achievement. And whereas public schools operate with learn management systems across the nation, public schools employ fewer managers and supervisors than most public service and private sector industries, including transportation, food service, manufacturing, utilities, construction, publishing, and public administration. And whereas school leaders must partner with and depend on a network of support from school communities, fellow administrators, teachers, parents, students, business community members, board trustees, colleges and universities, community and faith-based organizations, elected officials, and district and county staff to promote ongoing student achievement and school success. And whereas the state of California has declared the second full week of October as the week of the school administrator in Education Code 44015.1. And whereas the future of California's public education system depends on the quality of his leadership, now therefore be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board recognizes October 11th through 17th, 2020 as California Week of the School Administrator, honoring and the contributions school administrators make to successful student achievement, passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 8th day of October 2020. All right, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second by Trustee Wong. All right, Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong,
Aye.
Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Resolution is approved. R6, approval of resolution number 2020-17, National Custodial Workers Recognition Day.
Yeah, thank you, President Jackson. I'll just make that quick correction. It should be 2021-1.
Oh, 21.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll make that correction.
All right.
Tonight, we celebrated Classified Employee of the Year, Chris Floriano, who is a well-respected custodian in our school district, and we will miss him terribly after he retires. Our custodians are also heroes. They have been serving every single day since March 13th when we closed schools. They have been the ones that have stepped out in front of this virus when we didn't know much about it. We didn't know what the protocols were. The CDE hadn't given guidelines yet, and yet they were the first people to step into the position to keep us safe and to keep a healthy environment for us. Custodians, they are our true heroes in our district.
Fantastic. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, can you read this one, please?
Sure. Bear with
Thank
my
you
tired. National Custodial Workers Recognition Day. Whereas custodians arrive at school long before anyone else and leave after all staff later in the evening, whereas custodians operate behind the scenes and are often underappreciated for the hard work they do day after day to keep our schools clean and well maintained. Whereas custodians are required to do many tasks at the school that many would not do themselves, and custodians do them with grace and without complaint. Whereas custodians in the Washington Unified School District perform a long list of behind-the-scenes jobs that are very important to the operations and support of the school, but often go unnoticed. Whereas custodians frequently go beyond the call of duty to help keep schools sanitized and disinfected that can cause illness, especially in this year of COVID-19. Whereas custodians contribute invaluable work in that they contribute to important first impressions and appearances of our schools and district office buildings. Whereas schools in Washington Unified School District would not function properly without our outstanding custodial staff. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board recognizes October 2nd, 2020 as National Custodial Workers Recognition Day in honor and recognition of the work that our custodial workers do to keep our school environments well maintained for high quality instruction to take place. Pass and adopt, oh, well, I guess first we have to do our motion, right?
So moved. Right. Thank you, Trustee Alcala. Second? I'll second it.
Second. Oh, go ahead, President Jackson. Second. You go.
Okay. All right. All right. So it's a roll call vote. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Vice President Posadi.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Our resolution is approved. S, future board agenda items. S1, policy subcommittee, dress code, discipline in a virtual environment. Are there any additional future board agenda items?
I believe that the graduation requirements were
Yes.
something that both you
Yes.
and we suspended it during COVID for last year. That I don't know what type of language we addressed or how we did that, but for some reason I had thought that would have been extended when we waived it last year.
That's right, yeah, because we would have had to because it was in March, yeah.
Yeah, you did. We will bring that back. And also with our new director of technology on board, he's been working fast and furious, as our associate superintendent Gonzalez always says. But we would like to give the board a technology update. We just wanted to give Director Briggs a chance to start with our district, and he's been doing a great job just getting in the weeds with the department, and they will be bringing an update.
Fantastic. All right. Anything else? Any other future board agenda items?
Yes, President Jackson, I was wondering if we could get two things. One, it can be, it doesn't need to be a presentation. It can be written as well, but to make sure that we see the plans for the charter schools that are under our LEA as they look at opening. And I had talked last time about how their online agendas need to reflect, be robust, just as any other are, and they still appear to be lacking. So I hope that we can get an update on that before they open, or whatever their plans may be. Since
is that for both of them, or
I would like it for both.
Okay.
I think that
yeah,
we should be consistent.
Get that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we should be consistent, and we did review their unaudited actuals just recently to ensure their fiscal stability. So we will definitely get those and forward them to the board, because I'm sure you would want to read them and see their plans.
Yep.
And then if we could also get some type of an update from student services too, just like we talked about what's happening with the county and mental health services. I think it would be nice to wrap that in with what's happening in the school district right now, so we're aware, because I'm sure looks a little different right now. And that's all.
And I don't know if so the other thing was, I know that Kenna Cook was in and out, but the request seemed to be something about our data. So would love to follow up about that and what specifically. I couldn't follow because there was just a lot of static, but it seemed like parts of it was us releasing some sort of information. But
she's in a master's program is what I heard, and that she will be, anytime you're in a master's or doctorate program, you're going to have to interview people to gather your data. So I think she said that she will be reaching out to different board members and to staff to get some interviews, but also an update on student service, social emotional services over at River City High School.
Right.
Yeah. No. Just follow up on what that is before, because it's a specific. I mean, now I'm looking at the email, but requesting that board release and update the mental health stuff. So it seems to be. I don't know if it's PRA or something else. So how it's worded is interesting.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Since you're looking at it, it doesn't appear that Superintendent Luna is on that. So maybe forwarding.
But Yorgo says. Oh yeah. But Yorgo says, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Might be a PRA thing. Okay. I'll forward it.
That's it right now. I got it. I'm already on it. All right, done. Okay. Anything else? Well, fantastic. As much as I enjoyed spending time with you guys, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, roll call vote. No, actually, we don't even need a vote because we finished our agenda.
You're in charge.
You're in.
Yeah. Our agenda is complete. We don't need a motion to adjourn. We finished our agenda.
Superintendent Luna.
You probably want to vote that you are adjourning. I don't think you need a roll call. Just if you can just call for the aye and unanimous.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.